Hello everyone, in this video we are going to create this design fly website, and I created this from scratch using Appwrite, NextJS, Tailwind CSS for styling, and lucide.dev for icons, right? So in this video we are going to create this project from scratch, and this is a small demo which I wanted to show you before creating this project and before moving forward. So it has this navigation bar which has this logo and sign up and login buttons. We have this hero section, and we have this get started button, then we have this hero image, and then we have a footer, right? And let's try to click on get started. So if I click on get started, it redirects me to the sign up page, and here you can create your account. So let's say I want to create using test user. Email address I can give test user1@gmail.com. let's keep the password same as well so that we remember it. I sign up, and yeah, it shows me this alert box that your account was created successfully. In this video we have kept things simple. Like we could also like in the future video, what we can do is like we can have toast notifications over here, right? So after user signs up, it redirects me to the sign in page. Like let's again log in. So I believe it was the email address and password was same, and I sign up and I sign in, right? And when the user signs in, it shows me this alert, and I'm redirected to the dashboard. So in the dashboard you can see other people designs, right? And you can also see your designs if you have created any, but initially it won't be any, right? So from this button you can create a new design, right? So yeah, you can try this later out. I'll just be showing you that this page helps you to create a design, right? And when you create a design from here, you are redirected back to this page, and your design is visible over here, right? And if you click on any design, right, it opens up a new page where you can see your design and its description, who created it and how many likes it had, right? All these things. You can go back by clicking over here, and this is the profile page. Like this basically gives you this drop down where you can basically check your profile, and you can also log out, right? So if you check out your profile, you would see some kind of design like this where you have profile picture, your name, email, and this edit profile button, and you can see all your designs over here, but you haven't created any, so you won't be seeing any. So let me show you this edit profile. You can, let's say, write your bio, software engineer. You can also maybe add your picture. Maybe let's say you add this picture and you save it. Now after saving it, you will be able to see your profile picture visible over here, right? If I refresh it in the navigation bar also, it will be updated, right? So this is the edit profile section. So let's build alongside with me, and let's have a great journey. And you can also include this project in your portfolio. It will be a great project to showcase, I believe. And also I have left some pieces to which you can make on your own, like this likes functionality I haven't covered in it, and also this might not be fully responsive. So these two things I've kept it for you as an assignment, and it will be a great learning experience for you guys if you do complete that as well after completing this video. And also I've pushed all this code in my GitHub repository, so you guys can check out if you have any doubt in any place. So yeah, okay everyone, let's start this project. So I'm currently in my Figma designs which I created before creating this project. So we will be creating exactly similar to this, all the designs which we have. We have a login page, we have a sign up page, we have our home page, we have a design page where we are able to see all the designs. Okay, so yeah, let's start this project. First open up your terminal, and what you need to do is let's go to directory where I'll be creating the NextJS project. Let's go to, I think I'm already inside that directory, I guess. So yeah, I'll go to the directory, and here I'll write npx create next app @latest, and it'll ask you some questions. So my project name will be designfly YT. I don't want to use TypeScript, I don't want to use ESLint, I want to use Tailwind CSS, so yes. I want to use src directory, yes. I want to use app router, yes. Yes, I want to import my alias. I can write @star. So it will install all these dependencies, as you can see: React, React DOM, Next, Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, Auto Prefixer. After this is done, we will open up VS Code and we will do some changes over there. So you can go to the directory which you got created. Its name is design fly yt, and you can type code dot. It'll open up VS Code for you. And the first thing which you need to do is open your terminal. Wait. You can press Command J and it'll open up the terminal. So you can write npm run dev. It'll basically start your server, and you will be able to see your project live preview. You can open this, and currently we will have a basic starter project which NextJS created for you. So let's delete all this. So you can go to src inside page.js and clear all this. You can select all this and remove this. Here we will just simply write design fly, and we don't want item center, we don't want this much padding, so let's give 12 padding. Okay, yeah. So the first thing which we need to do is let's create one folder inside it. It will its name will be authentication. So basically all the pages which are related to authentication will go inside this folder. So the first page which we will be making is our login page. You can give it name login, and second folder which we will create is for the sign up page. So you can write sign up, right? So in NextJS it's pretty simple to make different pages, right? You don't have to explicitly initialize routers and all, which we do in React projects, right? Because in React you have to explicitly mention that when user goes to this route, then this page should open and this component should open, right? But in NextJS you can directly do this by creating folder. So basically if we want a login page, we will create a folder of it, and inside it we will create one page.js, and similarly inside sign up also we will do the same thing, right? So yeah, let's do this first. So our sign up page will be similar to this, and we have one division over here which has this image, and the second division has this form. So let's create this first. Let's go to a login page and press RFCE tab. It will create a basic page for you, basic template for you. And basically this is happening because of one extension. If you don't have it installed, you can go to extension page and install this ES7 plus React Redux snippet extension right here from extension tab, right? So yeah, I have created my login page. Let me check whether it is coming or not. You can check that by directly going to login page. Yeah, it's coming, but some extra CSS is as well coming, and that is happening because of the previous starter project which got created. And in global CSS, as you can see, we have some extra code which we don't need, so you can just delete it. Yeah, so let's create our login page. So we will use some Tailwind classes for it. In this division we can give flex column, not flex column, it will be simple flex only, and it will be width full, edge screen, and it will contain two division. First division will be for the image, second division will be for form, right? So let's use one image over here. You can write img src. It will be auth preview image. Okay, so currently we don't have any images. I do have one folder which I created. Let me show you. It will be in the inside desktop directory. I have this assets folder where I have these images which I'm going to use inside this project. So the first is this authentication preview image, which is there in login and sign up page. Then we have this logo for our design fly project, and second we have this hero image which we will use in our dashboard or home page when we will design it later on, right? So yeah, let me just move this inside. Okay, so let's first create one folder over here inside this public directory, which is in the root location. You can give it name assets, and here we will move all these images. So you can just simply move all this inside assets. Okay, now let's use this. So you can write assets auth preview.png, right? Let's see whether this image is coming or not. Yeah, this one is coming. Let's make this similar to our design. So its width is small. You can give class name width 2 by 6 and h full, and to this image as well we will give class name width full, height full, object cover. Let me see. Yeah, it's looking nice. Let's create our form. So for creating form we will be using Formik in our project. It's a very beautiful library and it's very flexible. It gives you lots of feature out of the box, you know, for validation and other stuff. So we will be using it. So let's go to Formik documentation website. I'll link its description. I'll mention its link in the description as well of the video. So you can go to tutorial section, and here let me search. Yep. And yeah, so they have a similar example over here for sign up, and we will basically copy this code and use it, but I don't need the whole code. So I mean, you can use the whole code, I guess. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's copy this whole code and we will create one component inside src directory. Let's create one more folder and it will be named as components. So all our extra components will go inside this directory, right? So let's give it name login component .js. Okay, so let me just copy the code which I copied from here. I pasted it over here in this component, and its name will be login form, right? And let me explain you this code first if you don't have idea about Formik. So basically from Formik, what they are doing is they are importing this use Formik hook, and inside this hook they have three things. So the first thing is the state of the form. So in our state, so the code which I copied, in that they have these three states where they are storing first name, last name and email in the form. And similarly they have validation for it in the second part for all these columns or for all these values. And then they have this on submit function. So basically whenever this function will be submitted, they are showing the alert, right? And then they have this form beneath it where they're using all these values. And also you can see for on change, on blur and value, they're directly using the values which Formik gives you out of the box. You don't have to create your functions on your own for basically setting these initial states, right? So we will be using modifying this form. So we don't need all these values. We only need in login like email and password, right? So you can create these two values, you can save it, and you can also change this as well. Let's keep email only. And for password, what we will write is okay. So before doing this change, let's first install all these libraries because we don't have it yet, right? Let me open up new terminal and let's write npm install Formik. Save. So this will install this and this one library. Great. Now let's use this. So in our validation, we will write validation for both of these values which will be there in our form. So the first is email. As you can see, we wrote that it should be an valid email and it should be required whenever user is submitting. And for password, we want string.minimum. So at least 6 characters should be there in your password. If it is not, then we should show the error that your password should contain at least 6 characters, right? And also it is required, and if you don't provide it, we will show this message, right? Okay, so let's change our form as well. Let me just delete all these things. First we will require email address. This one seems fine. Let me take this inside one div. Great. And let me just copy this division and we will create this similar division for our password, right? So it will ask password from the user. Let me do find and replace for this to move fast. So I can replace this. Great. Okay, so our login form is completed. Let's use this component here in our login page. So you can directly write login component, right? Although we haven't exported it yet, I guess. So you can write export default, and here you will have to use the function then. And yeah, we can't use arrow with the function keyword. Great. Now you will be able to import it. It's still not showing me. Okay, because its name is login form, not login component. Yeah, so it's automatically imported over here. So let's see whether it is visible in our page or not. So we got one error, create context only works in client component. So we have to use this use client directive at the top of our file. So basically in NextJS, all the pages are currently server side rendered. So if we want any page to be client side rendered, we have to use this use client. And in the error itself, you can see create context only works in client component, because we're using Formik internally, and Formik internally uses create context. So that's why we have to make our login page to be client side rendered. So what you can do is, yeah, let's write, use client at the top, and now you won't see this error and all our values coming. Let's improve this form CSS. Okay, so give it class name. It will be flex column, padding will be 8, and it will be flex column space y 4. Here I want to give space y 6. Let's use similar class for our next division as well. Let's see. Yeah, let's give some border to our input. You can write class name, border rounded, padding 2. You can just simply copy this and paste it for the password input field as well. Yeah, let's give some CSS to our button as well. You can give class name BG. Here we will use the similar color which we have in our Figma design. Text should be white, and text should be little bold. Yeah, let me copy the color of our button from the Figma design, and we will directly use it here. Let's see how it is looking. Yeah, we don't have rounded borders for it, so let's create it. So you can write rounded full. Great. Let's give some padding to it as well. Nice. Okay, let's also do one thing. Its width will be full, or you can do one thing. You can give max width, and let me type control space. Okay, let's use this one. Although we won't be able to see it yet because this form is inside this division. So for this division also we will have to give W4/6. I believe then it will work. Yeah, it's working. Great. You can also write flex justify center. I believe it will make it center. Nice. For our login form, max width, let me just write W full only. I believe it will work nicer. Okay, let me give it more padding. So px will be 12, py will be 40. Great. It will be 32 maybe. Yeah, it's looking nice. Let me see my Figma design. We haven't written this sign into design fly. So what you can do is, here you can have one h1 component, and you can write sign into design fly, and you can make it little bolder if you want. Font medium, text to be 2XL. Maybe XL would be fine. Yeah, it's looking nice. Great. So what is pending in this form now? We don't have this text as well, and sign in text should be there inside the button. We have submit currently, so we can change this. So here it will be sign in, and second beneath this form, we will have one span element where you'll write don't have an account, create account here, and you can make it flex justify center so that it comes in center. And yeah, let me create it strong so that you will be able to see it a little bit bold over here. And yeah, let me give some space over here. It's not taking it. What you can do is you can like write like this as well, I believe. Still not okay. Let's use NBSP. That will definitely work. Okay, great. So let me write text sm. Great. And I want a little bit grayish color to it. Yeah. Now if we sign in, you see we are getting these required, like this field is required. So from where it is coming, because we have applied validation right here. So that means our validation is also working fine, but we also need to improve the CSS for this. It's not looking great. So what you can do is for errors, you can write that its color should be red and its size will be a little small, right? So let me just copy this class and write it for my other error as well. Right, so now it's looking great. So let me write my email address and do something like this. So yeah, our submit function is also working. In submit function, you see basically we are only showing the alert, so that means our form is working nice. So in this way you can use Formik to create your form, and if you don't write proper like any value, like as you can see we applied a lot of validation, and for password at least 6 characters should be there, and we write less characters, you see you will be able to see error over here, and you won't be able to click on this button. This button will not work. But if you write password more than 6 characters, this sign in button will work. So similarly here as well, let's say you don't write proper email, you'll get that this email address is not valid. So that means our validation is also working fine. So our sign in page is completed, and yeah, we have created a similar page, just a little bit spacing is different over here, so you can correct it as well. So let's do that. So yeah, let's give it space by 8, and here also I guess space by 5 would be nice. Let me refresh this page. Yeah, this one seems fine. This create account button is not working, so for that we will have to use one link. So what you can do is you can write import link from next, give you automatic link feature out of the box, so you can just import it, and here you can use it. You can write link, yeah, and href, so it will redirect you to sign up page. You can close this tag after this, and also we want, yeah, it's working fine. So when you click on it, you see we are redirected to sign up page, but we haven't created a sign up page yet. So what you can do is go back to login page and copy this code. We will have a similar code in our sign up page as well, so you can paste it over here. And yeah, we need to make small changes over here. So the first is this, we need to create a different component, so it will be sign up form. Here also you can change this name, but we haven't created this component yet. Let's create this component first. Let me close all the editors, and yeah, we created this login component, right? So let me just copy this code and create a similar component for sign up as well inside this directory only. So you can create one more file. Its name will be sign up component.js. Let's paste this, and let's change this first. So login form will be sign up form, and let me find login or login. Okay, wait, let me save it, and let's save our sign up page again, and let's see how it is coming now. So if I go back to sign up page, okay, this one is sign up page only, I guess. So earlier we created this login page, right? And when we go to sign up page, it will be exactly similar. As you can see, route is different, but the page is same. So we have to create this page similar to this. We have 3 fields over here: name, email, and password. Currently we only have email and password. So we will create one more field over here. So in your sign up component, what you can do is you can copy this division and paste one more division over here, and it will be asking you name. Let me replace this with name. Right. Also, we will have to add one more state over here for our form, which will be name. You can also add validation for it. You can write name yup.string, and we want it to be required. And if it is not given, we will show required message. We also want that it should be having at least minimum, let's say 4 characters. And if it is not 4 characters, we will show error that name must be at least 4 characters, right? Let's see. So if you try to click on button, as you can see, we will see error. Also, we can't give less than 4 characters. That means our validation is working. Let's change the text. It will be create new account at Designfly. Let me copy this text and paste it inside my h1 tag. Also, we need to change this subtext, which is already have an account. Log in here, and this will redirect me to login page. Great. This text will also be changed. It will be sign up, I believe. Let me see in my design. Yeah. So you can save it and you see your changes. Let me refresh it. Yeah. So if you click here, it will redirect me to the login page. If I click again, it will redirect me to the sign up page. So my sign up and login pages are completed. Let me see if I type something over here. Validations are working fine. And if I click on this button, our function is working fine and we are able to submit. Okay, great. Now the next part which we need to do is we need to implement authentication in it. So we will be using Appwrite. So for all the backend services, be it authentication, be it CRUD operations, or be it any backend services, we will be using Appwrite in this project. I hope you all know about Appwrite. If not, you can go and check out the website. They have created a beautiful website and it provides a lot of services to you out of the box. Like you can use authentication, you can use storage, you can use database, right? So there are a lot of services which you can use. And for our project, we will be using authentication, storage, database, right? So the first thing which we will use is the authentication service of Appwrite, so that we are able to sign up, we are able to create user account, and we are able to log in. Let's go to the documentation. I'll mention its link in the description. You can check it out, and let's go to Appwrite for web link. Here, as you can see, first we need to create a project in their console and add the web platform. The next part will be to install the Appwrite library in our NextJS project. So let's do this first. You can copy this command and go back to your VS Code, paste it. It will install the Appwrite library. Second thing which we need to do is we need to import their basically we have to write this, which will import this keywords from their library, and then we will be able to initialize our client. But before this, first we will create a context provider for our application. So all the functions which we will create all of those in our context provider, so that those functions will be easily available to all the components in Next.js, right? You can also use Redux as well, if you know Redux, right? But in our case, we will be using context because it's much simpler and our application is not that big. So all the functions, be it authentication functions, be it CRUD functions, we will store that in a single place. You can understand it in this way, like we have a central place known as context provider and all the functions will be there. So let's create context first. So inside our source directory, what you can do is you can create one folder. Its name will be contexts. And inside this, we will create one file. Its name will be provider.js. Let's type rfce, and this one seems fine. Let me use use client before this. Great. And I also want to import create context, use context from React. First thing which I'll do is I'll create a empty context. I'll write const app context create context. Initially it will be null, and this provider will basically take one children in a prop, and it will be inside here. And here you can write app context dot provider, and here as well, right? We have created a basic context provider. We also need to create one function so that we will be able to consume this context. So you can write export const use app context. It will be a function which will return you use context for your app context which you created here, right? So in all our component, we will be using this function so that we are able to utilize or consume the functions which we are exposing from here. So here we will write some comments. We will create login function here. We will create sign up function here, which will be available to all the components, right? And here we will initialize our Appwrite SDK, right? So let's do this first. What you can do is you can go to Appwrite documentation and copy this. So this command is basically initializing your client, right? And the second thing which you need to do is you need to create an account using this, right? So the first part, we have initialized our Appwrite client, and the second is we are utilizing their account class so that we are able to use their authentication service. Okay. This class have a lot of functions, like for login, for sign up, and for other services as well. We will be using only two functions. First will be for creating an account, and second will be for login. Okay. So before moving forward, first we need to replace this. So for getting project ID, what you need to do is you need to go to console of Appwrite and create one project over there. So let's do that. You can open up cloud.appwrite.io. So I'm already logged in. You can log in, and if you don't have an account, you can create an account. And after logging in, you will see a similar dashboard to it where you can create a project from this button. And let's type here design fly YT. After this project is created, you can copy its project ID from here, and you can either paste this here, or either you can keep this in environment variable. In our case, we will be keeping it in environment because this is sensitive information, right? So let's create one .env.local file in the root directory, and here I'll write next public project ID, right? Let's save it, and inside my provider I'll use this value. So you can write process.env and next public project ID, right? So we have created an environment variable and utilized it using this process.env keyword, right? Now let's create both of these functions. So const login, it will be an async function, and this function will take two parameters. First will be email, second will be password. Similarly, let's create one sign up function. It will be async. It will take three parameters: name, email, password. Sorry. Okay. So let's write try catch block inside it. If any error comes, for now we'll just show alert. In future we will implement toast over here, so if any error comes we will see a beautiful toast notification. For now let's just show alert, and here I'll call the Appwrite library, Appwrite function for logging in. Let's see that in the Appwrite documentation you can go to authentication and wait, let's see, it will be, yeah, in the email password. So for sign up you can use this account.create function. You can also use verification, like if in future you implement or make a UI where you ask people to verify their email, you can use this API. For now we will not be using verification, we'll just simply create an account and we'll just log in. So for login you can use this function. Great. So let me just copy the login function. You can write const response await and the function which you copied. So the first parameter which goes over here is email, second is the password. So both of these are coming from the parameters. That's it. And you can write alert, you're logged in successfully. So currently we are only showing alert. In future we will implement toast notification over here, and we will also route to dashboard after user is logged in. We will do that in future. Okay, so yeah, it was that simple. Let's create sign up function as well. So what you can do is, you can see the sign up function. It's, yeah, this one. So you can write const response await. So the first thing which it takes is the ID. You can write id dot unique. We haven't imported this. I think I forgot. I'll show you that later. So you can use email over here, password, and then name. Right. So let's import this ID first. Appwrite gives you out of the box ID which you can use. So you can write import. We need ID from Appwrite. Along with ID, we also need this, I believe, client as well. You can write client. I would need account as well. Yeah, because here, as you can see, I'm initializing client and account, which we haven't imported. So you will be importing that from Appwrite library, right? So I think almost all things are done. Now the last thing which we need to do is we need to expose these functions which we created. Currently it's not exposed. You can write value, and you can write here exposed values or functions, whatever name you want to give. So it will be basically an object which will contain both of these functions which we want to expose. So in future, when we will create more functions which we want to expose, we will just simply create their entry here only, like create, design, like similar functions which we will create in future, right? Okay, so we have created a function for sign up and login, but now how we will be able to use it in our login and sign up page? So the first step which you need to do is, let me close all the tabs and go to your app directory and your root page, root layout.js. So here you have to wrap your children in your app provider, right? Let's import this. You can write import app provider from context and its provider, right? I think it should work. Let's see. Let me save it. So it's working. Great. Let's make one more change. Basically, currently what is happening, whenever you are typing something and when you are submitting it, it's showing the alert. But instead of showing alert, we want to use Appwrite sign up function, which we already created inside our context. You see this one. As we have already exposed this, so we can directly use it using this hook which we created over here. Great. So let's go back to my sign up page, and okay, So we have to go to sign up component, which is inside components. So whenever this is submitted, we will call our sign up function. You can give it name perform sign up. Let's create this function perform sign up. It will be an async function, and it will call the sign up function which we created in the context. So let me first import it. So what you can do is you can write const use app context. It's automatically imported. We want to use sign up function, right? And you can write await sign up. That's it. And inside sign up, let me show you. So as you can see, inside sign up we have 3 properties which we need to pass. So you can do that. So we need to pass name, email, and password, and all these values we will get from here. So to this function we will pass values object, and you can also take it over here. So from this we will extract name, email, password, and we will pass it to my sign up function which I created. Great. Let's do one more thing as well. Create one loading state. You can give it name loading, set loading, use state. Initially it will be false, and whenever my sign up function is getting called, I'll set this state to be true, and when account is created successfully, I'll set this to false. You can use this loading state here to show the loading. So what you can do is you can write condition that when this is loading, you want to show signing up, else I'll show sign up. Great. Let's see whether it is working or not. What I'll do is I'll create a dummy account. I'll write name, I'll write yash@gmail.com. Password can be same. Let me click on sign up. Okay, nothing happened. I don't know. Let's see whether our API was called properly or not. Okay, it's getting called. What is the error? Yeah, it's getting called, but we are not able to see the alert. Let me see. So in our provider, okay, yeah, as you can see, we didn't write anything here. So after account is created successfully, we need to show one alert that your account was created successfully. Right, and also include all these lines in try catch block, so that if any error occur, we will be able to catch it. If any error occurs, I'll just show the alert. Right. So let's see now. I'll write test@gmail.com. test@gmail.com. I'll click on sign up, and yeah, as you can see, my account was created successfully. That means our function is working correctly. In your console as well, when you go to auth, I believe you should be able to see the users. So these 2 users I just created, and as you can see, their entry also got created in Appwrite. Great. Let's do the same thing for our login page as well. Currently function is not integrated over here. You see, only alert is able to come when we click on sign in button. So we have to do the same thing over here in login component. Let me copy this code and paste it in my login component, and from app context I want to get login function. You can auto import it, and yeah, when this form is submitted, I want to perform login. You can write const perform login. It will be async function, and here I'll just simply call await login, and it'll take email and password, which we will get from here. You have to pass values object to this function, and from this function you will be able to get email and password. Right, that's it. I believe it should work now. Use state is not defined. I have to import it. You can press Control space or Command space. Yeah, So let's see. So as you can see, earlier I created this test account. Let's try to log in into it. You can write test@gmail.com. Password was also same. Let me write it again, test@gmail.com. If I click on sign in, I should be able to sign in. So yeah, I'm able to log in successfully, although there was no loading in it. So that's why we have to make some change over here. You can write, if it is in loading state, I want to show signing in, else I'll use sign in. Great. So let me sign in again, and it's not okay. Sorry, I forgot to actually set these states in this function. So when this function will be performed, initially it will set my state to be true for loading, and when everything is performed successfully, I'll set its state to be false. Great. Now you will be able to see a loading state over here, and you are able to log in as well when you're passing the correct username and password. Let's see if you don't pass correct password, you'll see some error. You'll see Appwrite exception, invalid credentials, please check the email and password. So everything is working nicely. We have integrated Appwrite for our authentication. The next part which we will do is, like, when we are able to log in successfully, we should be able to go to this page, this one, where you are able to see other people designs and also your designs as well. And also we have to create this page. It's not yet created, right? Like if you go to a home page which is on slash, you only see this text. So we have to create this page first, and then we will move forward and create this page, which will come after when you have signed up or when you've created an account. Great. So we will do that in next part. So our login and sign up page is completed. Great. Let's start our next part. We will create this page. Let's do that first. Let's start making this page. So we will go back to our VS Code, and let me close all the open editors over here. So let me create one more folder over here inside app directory, and we will give it name. Sorry, it will be homepage, or I mean because our homepage will be in like slash, so we don't have to give any folder name. We can just directly start making this inside our page.js, which is in the root directory, right? So yeah, so currently we have this text only. So first task we need to do is, create this navigation bar which has this logo and this sign up and login buttons. So let's do that first. So let me delete this, and here we will have one division where we will create a navigation bar, right? We can also create a component over here if you want to. Its name will be navigation bar, and we'll create our component inside components directory. So let me create one file over here. Its name will be navigation bar.js. Type rfce and press this, right? Let me import this by pressing Control space. It will automatically import it. Now yeah, navigation bar is coming. Let me change this code, and it will be flex justify between width full, and yeah, this much is fine. And here in this div we will show a logo. Inside this div will show the buttons, right? So the first button is our sign up, right? The second one is login button. Let me save it. Great. This one will have flex space x10, and let's give some styling to this button. Class name, it will have the exact same. Okay, first let's have a black background color in the background. Let me just copy this color, and let's have this first. You can go to page.js, and let me write pg. Yeah, it's looking nice. Let's write text white. Great. And let's create our button, right? So it has this color. we will write bg hash, let me save it, and we'll give some padding to it, rounded full. Let me give some more padding to it, py2. Yeah, it's looking nice. Great. And also we want cursor pointer to both of these buttons. Great. As you can see, when we hover over it, we see a cursor pointer, right? Okay, let's create our logo. So what we will do inside this div is we will have one image which will show our logo. You can give alternative text to it, which will be design fly logo, and inside this I'll write assets. Inside assets you'll see we have this design fly logo png file. You can access it. Let me save it and see. Great, logo is also coming, and now we just want the text. You can write span and design fly. Great, let me give class name to this division as flex. Space between both of these will be, let's say, 4. Great, let me give some width to it, maybe 3x5 or 2x5. Great, let me give some width and height to it, around 10 or maybe 5, I guess, and height also 5. Let's do 8. It's looking bigger. 6 is fine, I guess. Great, so our logo has also been done. Padding is kind of more. What we can do is we can go to our main component and decrease the padding over here, maybe 6. Yeah, now it's looking perfectly fine. Now we need to make this division, so let's go over here and create one div over here, and it will be flex column max width. Let's say we want this much, and justify center item center, right? And inside this, so the first division, it contains this text. Let me just copy it, or let me check, can I copy this? Okay, I can't, I guess. So let me search this party emoji, right? I can copy it from here, I guess, and I can write it over here. Great, so it's coming nice. Let me remove this justify center. It's making things a little bit, why it's coming underneath over here. Let's see. Class name h44. Navigation bar. Okay, let's give it some height, maybe 40. No, okay, yeah, it's coming, right? But it's coming here. Let me inspect it, why it's like that. So okay, I think I got it, why it's happening. It's happening because of this justify between. It shouldn't be here. Yeah, right, that justify between should be here, not there, right? Got it. So yeah, it's coming nice, and now I just need to write mxr2 so that it's in the center. Great, and I want a background color to it, which is in like similar to this. Let me go to developer mode. I can see the exact CSS it has. So it basically has this linear gradient, which I think I can copy. Great, let me just copy all of this code, and I'll just write one custom styles to it, and I'll just paste this and include this in inverted comma. Great, let's test it, how it's looking. Yeah, it's coming, but there's no padding. So what you can do is you can add some padding as well and have a rounded full. Great. Let's add some more padding. So you can write px 12, py2, py3. Yeah, it's looking much nicer. Now let's add this heading, which is your destination for inspiring visual creativity. So what you can do is you can have one h1 tag, and you can give it class name max, width maybe 3xl, mx auto, and text will be 3xl, font around semi bold. Let's see how it's looking. Great. But we want it to be a little bigger, so you can write text 6xl maybe. Great. And everything will be in the center, text center. Great. Have some margin. So what you can do is you can write space y8. Great. So yeah, it's looking nice. It's exactly looking similar. Let's decrease its max width little, maybe 2xl. Yeah, 3xl was fine. Great. And let me see if we can give some line height to it. You can write line height around maybe 10 pixels, not sure. Let's experiment this value. No, it should be around, I guess, 30 maybe. No, 60, 80. Yeah, it's looking much nicer now, I believe. Okay, great. Let's add this text. So you can have paragraph and like this, and let's increase its text to maybe XL. Great. Let's increase this text a little bit more. I believe it should be around text 8XL, and it's not necessary to have it semi bold. Medium is fine, and 4XL would be great, I believe. 5XL, 6XL. Let me check how many width it allows me. 7XL. Great. Yeah, but it's still not going greater than this. Why? Let me see. It's happening because of this, I believe, because outer div also has maximum width. Yeah. Okay, here you need to write max width 4XL, and this part will be around 6XL would be fine, I guess. 7. Yeah, this one seems fine. Or maybe we can have less size for our text and decrease this as well. Yeah, this one looks nicer, I believe. Or if you want to make exactly similar to this, then you have to decrease this maybe to around 4, I believe. Yeah, this one looks nice. So let's create this button. So what we will do is we'll create this button, and you can write over here get started and give class rounded full py2 and px around 10. bg will be exactly similar to what we have in our designs. So you can just simply copy the CSS of it, I believe. Yeah, you can just simply copy it, and you can just simply have custom style for this type of linear gradient. You can write, you can just simply paste it and include this inside a inverted comma. That will be fine. Great. Save it and let's see how it's looking. It's looking great. You can increase this padding, and even this one, I believe. Great. It's looking much similar to this, I believe. Yeah, it's looking much similar. Great. Let me do one thing. Should we decrease its width more? Let's see how it will look. I'm not sure. So if we do max width 3XL, yeah, it's not adapting actually. In that case, we would have to give manual max width, but it's fine. It's great. Let's create this hero image. So I already have that here in assets folder. So let's include it. So what you can do is you can create one more div. Inside this we will add our hero image, so you can write imgsrc, and inside assets folder we have hero image .png, and you can give class name width, full, height, full, object, cover. Alternative text you can give hero image for design fly. Great, let's see. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, border is not coming, so let me do that. So you can write class name border rounded. Great, border is also coming, and I want some margin around 20. Great, it's looking much nicer. Yeah, picture is like not looking that high quality because of like I exported it from here, I believe. So yeah, maybe we can do one thing. Okay, let's do one thing. So the padding which we had, right, let's keep it for py, and px should be around maybe 20. Yeah, now it's looking nice, I believe. Great, so our hero section is almost completed, I believe. Just we need to do one thing. Like here you can see our border is getting cut because of this image. So what you can do is you can have a slight padding over here, like p1 maybe. Yeah, now that is not happening, right? So beneath this image we have a small footer. You can also have it where I just written like who created it and the logo again in the right hand side. So let's create that. You can have one footer over here, and inside this I have one span maybe, and one more div where I'm showing the logo. Right here I've just written created by or you can write created with NextJS and Appwrite. And for this you can have class flex space justify between, right? And here you can have a same, you can check that out in navigation bar. You can just simply copy it, it will be exactly same, or you can just simply copy this whole division, I believe, and yeah, paste it over here. It will be exactly similar. Great. Let's have some margin empty 32. Yeah, and have some padding as well, I believe. Let's decrease it, empty 12. Okay, py can be a little less, I believe. Yeah, now it's looking nice. So basically you have this navigation bar, you have this heading and subtitle along with this button, you have a hero image, and then you have this footer, right? Great. Now we just have to add some links. Currently these buttons does not work along with this button, so let's add the links. So what you can do is you can go to a navigation bar and import link from next link, and so the first link you can use over here, I believe, with this button. So you can write link and move this whole section to inside this, and basically this link will move you to the home page. Then you can use one link over this button, and this button will be inside it, and this button will basically take you to sign up page, right? And then we have another link, and this button will take you to login, right? Let's test it. I forgot to close this, I guess. Yeah, it will be here. Great. So href expects a string or object but got undefined instead. Okay, here it will be href, right? And where is the another error? Okay, I have done the same thing in the another link as well, right? So yeah, let's see. Sign up button is working fine. This login button is become disturbed. Why it is so? Let me check. Okay, something has happened over here, I don't know. Login login should be here, and yeah, okay, great. There was a small error, that was all. And also this sign up and login button is not coming in a single line. What you can do is you can, I believe items center should, yeah, fix it. So it has been fixed. So as you can see, when I click on login button, it is redirecting me to the login page, and when I click on sign up, it's redirecting me to the sign up page. Also do the same thing with get started. So with this get started button, you can again do the same thing. Either you can go to sign up or login page. I believe it should go to sign up page only. So you can just simply copy this and have with your get started button, which is here. So yeah, paste it and move this whole button inside this, right? And let me auto import it. Great. So I click on get started, it is redirecting me to the sign up page. So our home page is ready. Now what we need to do is we need to have a small change in our login button. So basically when I log in, what should happen? Basically it should redirect me to the login page. Currently it's only showing me an alert that you are logged in successfully. So basically whenever user logs in successfully, what should happen is it should redirect me to this page where I'm able to see the navigation bar and my profile picture. Although initially your profile picture will not come because you haven't set it up right. So initially it will be just an empty circle with maybe your first initials of your name, and then you will see this another navigation which has this new design and new design text and this button. And initially you will not have any designs because this project is new, right? So no one must have created this. So you will see an empty page or maybe just a text that no designs yet. So basically now what we have to do is when user signs in, we should redirect him to this page. Let's do that. Let's create this page now. So basically when user logs in, it should be redirected to this page where he will be able to see all its designs and other people designs as well. So yeah, let's go back. So when user logs in, currently what happens is when you log in, it only shows you the alert that you're logged in, but we want him to redirect to some kind of maybe a dashboard page which is not yet created. So let's first create this page, then we'll redirect, right? So let me go back to my VS Code, and inside app directory I'll create one more folder. Its name will be protected. So all the protected routes will go over here, right? So the first route will be dashboard, and inside this I'll create one page.js, and currently it just shows dashboard. That's it. Great. So as you can see, our dashboard page shows you this. Although even if user is logged in or not, he'll still be able to go to this. This page is not protected yet. We will do that in last. That will just be a small change. Where will we okay. So as you can see, this page dashboard is coming over here when you go to this slash dashboard, but anyone can go to this link whether he's logged in or not. This route is not protected yet. We will do that in last. That will just be a small change where we have to basically fetch the information from Appwrite, like who is logged in currently, and if anyone is logged in, we'll show him the dashboard. If no one is logged in, we'll redirect him to maybe login or sign up page, right? We'll do that in last, but let's first make this page. So it'll be similar to this. It has this navigation bar, another navigation which has two navs, and we have this button, right? Let's do that. So what you can do is let's go back here and give it class name flex, width full, padding around maybe 8. So again here it will be logo 1, and then we have a profile button, right? So you can copy the logo code from, I believe I had that same code in the navigation bar. So you just simply take that and yeah, use it. Great. And also it will its background color will be black, so you can just copy that one as well from the page.js, I believe. So you can have this. Great. And it'll be like h full, yeah, minimum h screen you can write, that will work. Great. So we have now our logo. Now we need this profile button or profile picture, you can say. So basically it will be just a small img src, but currently you don't be having any image. So let's do one thing. Let's have one div, and it will be full rounded, and width will be around 28. Let's for now keep background white. Let's comment this image. Great. 28 is too much, so maybe 12. Yeah, around 10 would be fine, I believe. Great. And let me write here justify between, so that it comes like this. So our profile picture will come over here, but currently I'm keeping it empty. Later on what I'll do is, when user logs in for the first time, right, we want to show over here the initial letter. Like let's say I logged in, my name is Yatharth, so I'll show Y over here. And when user clicks on it, maybe we can show one drop down which says my profile or something like that, which will redirect him to the profile page where he can, you know, maybe upload his profile picture and, you know, maybe update his basic information, right? So we will do that later, but first for now let's just write a dummy data over here, maybe Y, and text will be grayish, and it will be flex justify center items center. Great. Now let's create this navigation bar. It has 2 navs and 1 button, right? So what you can do is, beneath this div you can have one more div, which will be basically your second navigation, right? So the first div will contain your nav links, second div will contain your button for creating a new design, right? So the classes which I want to give to it is flex, wfull, and justify between. Let's add some navigation links to it. So the first link is, you can write span your design. Let me check, it's new design, new designs, and then another span which says your designs, where you can see your designs, right, which you created. Let me see. Okay, it's coming all in a single line. So basically what you can do is, you can have flex and then flex column, right? And this division you can have inside the first division only, and let's include this in same division, right? And what you can do is, you can write over here justify between, and this one will be flex and space x4. You can remove this, now we don't need it. Great. And this will be wfull. Great. And what we need to do is, yeah, now we don't need this justify between, you can remove this. Great. Let's have some margin over here, empty, maybe 10. This will be a new navigation. So sorry, not here, in this new division, empty 10 for this one, right? And let's add some classes to it, flex space x10. Great. And we can have one border to it, border B. Yeah, it will be, its color will be bluish. Nice. We can add some padding to it as well, like pb3. Nice. So like when user clicks on this, like by default we will keep this active, so this border will come by default on this, but if user clicks on this, this border will shift to it, shift here. So we can keep maybe one state for it to know, like what is the active state over here. right? So maybe you can keep one like active nav, set active nav. So initially its value will be new designs, right? Let me import this. Now you can write condition over here. Let me enclose this in curly braces, and now you can write if here. So if active nav equal to new designs, I would want to keep this border and have this sorry, let me just copy whole classes. So basically whenever this is the active nav, I want to show this, else I don't want to show anything. I can simply copy this. I believe it should work with other nav as well. You can copy it and paste it below this. But for this you want to check if it is your designs, right? Okay, you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in client component. Okay, so use state only works in client component, so that's why you have to use client at the top. Great. But still now as you can see, click event is not working, so you have to add click event so that you are able to change this state. So what you can do is you can have one click event here in the span. You can write on click. So whenever this is clicked, what I want to do is I want to set active nav to new designs, right? You can copy this and again paste it in the next navigation, and this will be changed to your designs. So let's test it. So when you click on it, you see this border is coming beneath it, and when you click over here, it's basically vice versa, right? Also I want to have cursor pointer to both the navigation. Right, now it's looking great. Okay, now we need to yeah, have these designs, but currently we don't have these, so we will show just a simple text that no designs yet. Also we have to create this button which says add design, so let's do that first. Let's have a button here where I've commented. So I'll write here button which will say add design, right? So yeah, it's coming. Let's have some background color to it. This button is exactly similar to this button which we have in our home page, so let me copy the styles from there only. It will be much faster. So the get started button has this class which I can just simply copy, I believe. So let me just paste it over here, and I want to give py4. That is too much, I believe, so 3 would be fine. Let's see how it's looking. Yeah, button is looking too much big, so let me reduce this, and py also. Great. Okay, now it's looking great. And here we will just show that no designs yet. So what you can do is let me check. So after this div you can have your designs component. You can give class name empty 20, and let's create this component inside components directory. So currently it will just show me no designs yet, right? So what you can do is have a class name flex, flex column justify center items center grow, right? And you can just simply write no designs yet, and let me import it in my main page. Let's see. So as you can see, no designs yet. Great. Now the next part is when user clicks on add design, we want to show him this page where image option will be there, title and description, and from the above button user can publish this, and if you don't want to, you can just simply cancel it and go back, right? So yeah, let's do this. Okay, let's start the next part where we will be creating this page, and from this page user will be able to create new design or add new design, right? So let's go back to our terminal and let's create one folder inside this protected. Its name will be add new design, right? And it will contain one page.js. So currently it will only contain add design text. So let's check whether this page is coming or not. So what we can do is we can type /add new design. So currently it will not be having anything, and also I would want to have minimum at screen and bg to be exactly similar to what we had in the dashboard page. So you can just simply copy this and have it here as well, right? So let's see. Great, and we want at least padding to be 10. So our page looks something like this. So let's have a logo. So as you can see, our logo is like this navigation bar is quite common. So we can do one thing. So let me see. This navigation bar is quite common. So what we can do is maybe we can remove it from here. Let me go back to my dashboard and let's remove this code from here. And yeah, so what we will do is we will create one common layout inside this protected directory. I don't know if it's possible, or is it? Can we create one layout directory over here? I'm not sure. Let's test it. So let me just take it and comment it over here. And we have this layout. You can copy this from the root directory and paste it over here. And what we can do is we can remove this. We can give it name protected layout, and we don't need all these things, I believe. We can just take this code and yeah, we can paste it over here. Also we don't need app provider, you can remove it. Yeah, this one is fine, and let's uncomment this code and save it. So as you can see, it's giving me enter is not defined. Okay, I mean we can remove this. We also don't need it, need this as well. Let's just, or we need it. Let's just remove this class name for now. Yeah, as you can see, we are able to see the navigation bar. Extra semicolon is coming because of this. You can remove it. Also if you see, like, we will be able to see it in all the protected routes. So second one is add new design, you will still be able to see it, but if we go to login or sign up page, you won't be able to see it. Yeah, so that means layout is working fine. It's just we have to add a background color. As you can see, background color is not coming in this navigation bar. So wait, you can go back to your page.js and you can copy this and have it in your layout division, right? And also let's give some padding to it, maybe p10, right? And what you can do is let's go back to our add new design, and let's also check our dashboard page, how it's looking. It's looking same also, right? Okay, yeah, we did one mistake. I think I copied all the classes. This min screen will not be there. Great. So as you can see, our navigation is coming for both dashboard and add new design. Yeah, just little extra padding is coming, which you can remove by going back to your dashboard page. Let me check my dashboard first. So yeah, there's some extra padding over here, or margin maybe. So let's fix that. What you can do is wait, in my dashboard, I think if I remove this padding, yeah, I just need to give px8. I don't need to give the py, which is fine. Let's give it px10. Nice. So this page is fixed. Let's fix the add new design one. in add new design, I don't need to give px10 is fine. Yeah, great. So yeah, navigation is fixed. Now what we need to do is in this page, as you can see, we have like one cancel button, one publish button. Let's make that first. So it'll be two buttons, right? Second will say publish, and first one will be cancel, right? And let's include this in a division, and it will be class flex justify between width full, and our parent division will be flex column. Great. And this button will have class. Let me see the classes. So you can go to developer mode and see the CSS class. We just need this background color, so you can write bg hash. Text will be text is already white, you don't need to do that. And we need rounded full, padding around 8, py around 2. Yeah, it looks nice. And then you can have same classes in your next button as well, only the background color will be changed. And for background color, you can go back to your dashboard, and I believe it's in not in dashboard, but it's in page.js. You can copy the same class which you have in get started button, so you can have it over here inside. Yeah, you can just directly paste it, I believe. And yeah, let's see. Okay, great, it's looking nice. Now we need to make this division. So beneath this div, we have one more div. Let's give it class name width full, and flex column, right? So the first div is for image, second is for title, second is for description. So let's make this. It will be a div, and its width will almost be full. Let's give some okay, no need to give padding. So we will have border. Let me check if any. Yeah, we need border dash, and border color will be somewhat grayish. Let's see how it is looking. Yeah, we need to give some height to it, right? H maybe 96. Let's see. Great. And we want a rounded. Great. Let's give it more roundedness and have some margin to my parent division, which will be around, I mean, either we can give margin or let's use space y, which is nice. Great. So inside this division we have, as you can see, this image. Let me just export it and use this. So what I'll do is I'll rename this, and it will be image logo, and I'll move this inside my public assets folder, and now I'll use it inside my where it was, yeah, add new design page. So inside this I'll just write image src assets. What was the name? Its name was hero, not hero, it's image logo, right? Alternative, you can give image logo. Let me save it and let's see. Great. And now I want it to be in center, so what you can do is you can write flex column justify center items center. Great. And maybe we can decrease its width 32 or h32, I believe. Yeah, this one looks fine. Beneath this image, I believe we have some text, so let's copy this and have one span over here which says upload photo of your design here, right? Let me give some margin to it, empty 6, and text will be sm text gray. Yeah, this one looks nice. Now we need to create this title and description input boxes. So what you can do is you can have one div over here with flex call space y4, and have one label which says title. Second, you can have one input box which will be of type text, and class name border rounded p2, And yeah, this one seems fine. Let me just copy it and paste it for the description as well. But for the description, I would want to use text area. So I can just simply write text area, I believe, and yeah, description. You can also give placeholder to it, like enter title for your design. Here you can give placeholder, enter description for your design. Let's see how it is looking. So it's looking nice. It's just its background color should be transparent, and this division should have some margin. I mean, you don't need to even give that, I believe. You just simply can give in the parent division space y 8 maybe. Yeah, and with this you can have BG transparent, I believe. Nice. And border should be a little bit light color, so you can write border, I believe this one. Yeah, this one looks nice. So you can just copy this class and paste it in your second input box. Great. So yeah, it looks fine. So we have made a similar page like this, but yeah, its height is a little bit higher. So what you can do is you can have, I think, rows around 10 maybe. Yeah, now it's looking great. So our page is working fine, and now we need to do one thing. Like when we click here, it should open my file manager so that I am able to select photo over here, right? But it's not doing currently anything. So what we can do is in this image block, you can include one input of type file, right? But we don't want to show it here. We just want to keep it hidden. So you can write class name hidden, right? But still the click is not working. It will only work like when you click on that button, but it's hidden. We don't want to make it hidden as well, I guess. We want to make it opacity 0 so that it's not visible, but we will be able to click on this button because we know that it's here. But we want that wherever we click it should happen. So what you can do is you can make it width full, edge full, and its position will be absolute, and it will basically be relative to this. So you can write relative. I believe it should work. Let's see. Yeah, so wherever you click, you see this input box is working fine, but only inside this box because we have written this relative. So basically this will be absolute to this relative to this division, right? Nice. Now what we need to do is if we click any picture, right, we should be able to see the photo over here, like what picture user has selected. So how we will do it, let's add some event handler to it when this is changed. What I want to do is I want to handle this using some function. You can create that function. You can write const handle file change, and it'll automatically get one event. You can get the event, you can get the file from this event by writing e.target.files0. Let's first console it, like log it to the console whether this file is coming or not. Then we will be able to know that this is working fine. Okay, so event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. If you need interactivity, consider converting part of this part. I guess we might have to make this use client button. And let me open up the inspect so that we will be able to see whether file is getting logged or not. When I select a file, and yeah, as you can see, we are getting the file, the correct file. So now basically what I want to do is when user selects a file, this file object should get populated over here so that we will be able to see some file. So what we can do is we can create one file reader, new file reader, and we can have one event on it which will basically do one thing. It will set the image preview to file reader dot result, right? And also we want to read the file as data URL. So basically we want to read this file, right? Yeah, so these 3 lines, what it is doing is first it's creating this file reader object and it's attaching this event. Like basically when the file will be totally read, we want to set the result to the state. This will be basically one state. We haven't created it yet, so you can write const image preview, set image preview, and use state. So initially it will be empty, right? So basically what we are doing is whenever file changes, like whenever user selects this file, we are basically reading this file and setting it as an image preview in this state. Nice. So yeah, let's use this. So what you can do is inside this image you can have sorry, not here. Yeah, I think you can do one thing. You can write here img src and it will be image preview, right? So let's select one file and you will be able to see the image. It is coming, right? But this should become then invisible, right? So what you can do is you can write condition over here, like when image preview is there, then I want to show this. But if image preview is not there, I want to show this, right? So now you'll be able to see design came and title and description is also coming. We also need to do one thing, like what if you want to select one more image? So how we will be able to do that? Great. So we can do one thing. Let's have it inside a division, right? Like this. Or maybe we can do one thing. Let's do Control Z and remove all these conditions. And basically what we will do is we will have this image inside this, right? Only when the same condition, right? If image preview is there, and we don't want to show it when image, like we will show it basically what this condition is doing, we will show the image preview when there is image preview, but if there is no image preview, we'll show the same input which we were showing earlier, right? Also this input will be outside, so you can move it outside. This curly brace will be here. Okay, so what is the error? Okay, because we have two components over here, so we might have to use this and this, right? From where this div is coming. Yeah, so the code is corrected. Let's see. So basically when you click when you select one file, you will be able to see the file, but yeah, it's not coming proper, I know, but still your file input will be opened even if you click on it. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's use the class. It will be widthful, heightful, object, cover. Now it should fix. Yeah, it's fixed. Great. Also we need to do one thing, like if basically this logic will only work if we have a file, right? If we have a file, then else what we will do is we will select image preview to be empty, right? It should work. Let's see. If we don't select a file, we don't have a file. Okay, but right now it's not working. Let me refresh it once. So initially we were able to see it, right? Now if we select a file, we're able to see its preview, right? But what if we want to cancel or remove this file? We can again click on it and maybe select some other file, maybe like this one. So this is changing, right? This is working fine, but we are not able to make it empty. So for that, maybe we can create one button over here, like clear image, something like that. So beneath this division, yeah, here you can have maybe one span element which can say clear image, right? And you can have it class name text, right? Great. And text blue, or maybe text sign. Let's make this color similar to this color. Let's go to Figma and let me see, this button has color somewhat. Let me just copy this and have it over here. So I'll write text hash. Great. Yeah, this one seems much similar to this color. So basically what we want is when we click on this button, image should get cleared, right? Let me give cursor pointer to it as well, and one on click function. So basically what it will do is it will just simply set image preview to empty. Let's see. So it's working fine, right? And also this should not be visible when image preview is not there. Basically it should only be visible when image preview is there. Like when I select and have something selected over here, then only it should be visible, and when I click on it, image should get cleared, right? So yeah, also we need to have some states for this. Currently no states are there for title and description. So what you can do is you can have two states. First will be for title and second will be for the description. Great. And you can use this in your input box. You can give value to be title, and when this is changed, I want to set my title to e.target.value, and want to do similar things with the description. You can write value description, and on change I want to set this description to e.target.value, right? Although you won't see any difference, it's just like in future when we will be making this publish button, right, we will be attaching the Appwrite database to it, so that this data goes to Appwrite. So that's why we need these states, so that we can capture this data and send this to Appwrite. Okay, so yeah, so this design part is completed. Now the next part is we have to complete the backend. So basically what we will do is in the Appwrite we will create one database, and we'll create one table for storing this information, design information, right? Yeah, but before this I think we might have to make first this user page, because along with design we also need to send who actually created this design, right? So yeah, first we might be creating this users collection, and then we will create this designs collection where we will store the design image, title, description, along with who created this design. And initially obviously it will be having 0 likes, so that information as well. Yeah, so let's do that in next part. Let's start integrating backend. So before creating this page, like it's already designed, right? But we need to attach the backend. Like when we click on publish, the data which we have written over here or we have stored here, we want it to go to our Appwrite database, right? So what we will do is before creating or integrating backend here, first let's design this user page, because along with this data, user details will also go, like who actually created this design, right? So let me do one thing. Let's go to database in our Appwrite and let's create a database first. So its name can be design fly. Let me create it. After it is created, what we can do is we can create two collections over here. So first will be a users collection. You can create it. Second will be for storing our designs. You can write designs collection. Great. So let's add columns inside both of these collections which we created. So inside users, let's create attributes first. So the first attribute which we want in user will be its ID. Can okay, it will be string only, so you can have maybe around 40 characters in the ID. Yeah, it will be always required. You can click on required, you can create it. The next value which we want is obviously its name. It will be string, and size will be around maybe 100 characters in your name, and it will always be required. Can click on create. Great. Next will be, so you have stored name. Second will be bio. You can have string, and for bio maybe you can have around 1000 characters in your bio, maybe, or around 500, just a small crisp bio. It will not be required. It will be totally optional, so you can leave it as it is and click on create. Let's see in our user page what we have. We have profile picture, name, bio, and the work details. So we will be fetching it from the designs collection. Yeah, so I think profile picture is remaining, so you can have one more column over here which will store the profile picture. You can write profile pic. This will be string only, and size can be around, I don't know. So yeah, let's keep it 1000 for now, and it will not be always required, so it will be optional. You can create it. Yeah, for now we want these columns. Let me create one index over here as well, so that I can fetch the user detail from maybe name or ID. So in both of these I can create index, because what happens is, like, let's say I click on my profile, I want to fetch my user from maybe using user ID or name, right? So I believe I'll be fetching it from ID because that will be always unique. Name can be duplicate. So let's create one index, and that will be unique index, and it will take on the column ID. Yeah, you can keep it ascending or descending, whatever way you like. Yeah, let me create it. Great. So index has also been created, and in settings what we will do is we will add the permission here. So who all will be able to create? Like any user can create its user, right? Because you see in our Designfly project, when you go to sign up, like there is no restriction, anyone can create their user. So that's why we have one role over here which says any, and anyone can create, but not all people can read or update or delete, right? Then we have all users. So basically these users are the Appwrite users, so they will be able to read the user, update the user, or delete the user, right? And they'll also be able to create it, so that is fine. But I don't think this is necessary, but still you can update it. Right. So let's do the similar thing for our next table, which will store designs. So the first thing which you need to do is you need to add attributes. So obviously first thing will be ID over here. Next thing will be the string. Size will be around 40 again. It will always be required. You can click on create. Also, I don't think you have to create ID, because whenever we create records, ID are automatically inserted, right? I believe. But still there's no issue. I mean, we can generate ID from our client side as well. So this is fine, not an issue. Let's create this. The second thing which we will do is, let me see. So in our add new design page, what all things we were storing, we had the picture, which you can say banner or maybe design pic. Attribute type will always be string. Its size can be around 1000 max, and it will always be required. We want some picture for our designs, right? Next thing, we want the title. It will be string, and at max you can have maybe 300 characters for your title. It will always be required. Let's click on create. Then we have description for our design. You can have string for it, at max maybe around 5000, or maybe it can have a very long description as well, I don't know. And it will always be required. Great. And let's see what are the fields which we have here. Yeah, along with this we will also be storing like who created this design. So for that we will be having user ID, and that will store the ID of user who created this, right? It will be required always. You can click on create. Let's create indexes also for this. So we'll mostly be fetching the designs, I guess, using the ID, right? So you can have an index which will be unique and will be on the ID, right? Let me create it. Yeah, and also update the permissions over here. So you can do one thing for all the users. They should be able to create it, read it, update, delete. Great. Let me update it. Nice. So yeah, so we have created two collections or two databases. Not two database. We have created one database which name is Designfly, and inside that database we have created two collections. So the first collection, users, it will store all the users related stuff. The second will store the designs related information, right? So let's try to integrate these collections in our client project. So the first collection which we will integrate will be related to user. So currently there's no way where you can see your user profile, right? So we will do one thing, like when user clicks on this icon, or you can say this button, we will redirect him to profile page, right? It can be like this, and here he will be able to see its profile similar to this page which we have created in the Figma, where he will be able to see the picture, the name, and this. Although you won't be able to see anything currently because right now we haven't stored any information inside users, right? So like we have two options, right? The first option can be like when user signs up, like when user signs up by entering all these details, what we can do is after sign up, we can redirect him to the dashboard or maybe to the login page. And when user logs in or when user signs up, like both the cases are fine, we can make one more API call, and that API call will actually store all these information like name, email address to the user's collection, right? We forgot one column over here which will be related to email address. You can have that as well, I believe. Let me create it. So you can write email and it will be of string. Okay, we have email over here, so that is fine. It will be always required. You can click on create. Yeah, great. So yeah, let's create this first. So what we will do is the first change which we will do is like when user signs up, we need to first collect the ID which Appwrite gives us of the user, and using that ID we will store name, email address, all these information here. Okay, so this ID we will get from Appwrite when the user signs up. I believe it should give us some ID, and that ID we will store over here, and name, email we will store from here, which user will enter, right? And for other columns, for now we can keep empty, right? So let's do that. So after user signs up, we will redirect him to dashboard maybe. And when user clicks on this, we will redirect him to the profile page where he will be able to see this information. Although this bio will come empty because he hasn't set it yet, and this work section will come empty because he hasn't created any designs, right? So let's create this page first, then we'll move forward. Okay, let's open up the documentation of Appwrite so that I can see how basically I can enter the details in my Appwrite database, right? So let me open up Appwrite docs, and here I would go to database section, I believe. Let me check. So what are all the APIs? Okay, great. So we will be needing create document definitely, so that we are able to create a user document as well as design document. So as you can see, the code is very simple. We just need to create this database using our client, which we have already declared in our context in React project. Then we need to directly just call this function create document, where we will pass our database ID, collection ID, and document ID, and the object which will go, right? I think this should work. It's pretty straightforward. So let's try this. So we have to import this database. Let me open up my React project, and here we had this context, right? Inside context in the provider.js, we'll be creating this function, right? Let me create that. So we can have over here, let me write a comment, create user document, right? So it can be having name const create user. It will be async function, and it will take let's see, we have let me open up the sign up page. So we had name, email, right? So let's enter that first. So we have name, email address, right? And then we have we won't be storing password. I don't think that's necessary because Appwrite authentication does that automatically, comparison and all. We just basically need to store basic information like name, email address, right? Bio can be empty for now because we don't have any, right? We can give it name, full name. Okay, so we have name, email address, bio. Let me see what all information we are storing. Yeah, so we have profile picture as well. Great. So profile picture also will be empty for now. So mostly these two information will be stored initially. So yeah. So inside this you can have try catch block. You can write try catch, and when error occurs, we just want to show the error in the alert. And you can write it as const response. So await. Yeah, let's keep this empty for now. So the first thing which you need to do is, let me go to documentation back, and you see we have to first import this database, right? So you can go up and we have this, right? You can write comma and then databases, right? And here you need to create this. So you can write const database equal to new, and then databases using this client, right? And yeah, that's it. Now you can use database dot create document, and inside this, as you can see, the first parameter is database ID. You will get that from environment variable. You can write process.environment dot, let's see. Yeah, we can have similar environment variable. Let me copy this prefix. So you can have process.environment dot next public underscore database ID. Second parameter is collection ID. You can write process.environment dot next public, and then user collection ID. Okay, second parameter is the document ID, right? Let me see in the documentation as well whether they are providing any ID or not. Great, they are providing any ID. Okay, so we can do one thing. We can use this to create a unique ID, right? So you can write ID dot unique. Great. And then the last parameter is obviously the data. So you can have an object. So the first property which we are storing in the collection, let's see. So we have ID obviously, although great. I think we can create the same ID. There's not an issue. So we can have ID and it can be this same, right? If we want to store the same ID, although I do think that, here, as you can see, we created this ID column, which was not required, I believe, because Appwrite creates ID for you automatically. Like whenever you create a document, right? I do think that this ID is not required. Let me see if I can delete it. I don't know whether I should delete it or not, but I believe I should delete it. That would be right. Let's delete it. I don't think it's actually required because Appwrite will automatically create for me the ID, for this document. So let's keep it simple. Let's have name, and inside name, obviously full name will go. And then we have bio. Inside bio will go the bio variable. Then we have profile pic. P is capital. And this will take profile pic. Then next we have email. It will take email address. All right, great. Let me save it and let me see if there is any other. Okay, so we have permissions as well, but we don't need permissions. We have already stored that, updated that here in settings, right? Great. I believe this should work. We only have to create these variables in the environment.local file. You can have this one will be user collection ID. Let me just copy this all. Great. Let me find this. So the user collection ID, you can just copy it and paste it over here. Database ID you will get from here. Great. Now what we will do is great. I think we don't have to restart this server because we have updated the environment variables. I think NextJS automatically does that, but even if it does not do, let's stop this and run it again if in case it does not do that, right? So yeah, we have created this create user function. So basically where we will call this function, let's see. You'll be calling this function after user signs up, right? Also, I do think we might need this ID, and this ID will be coming from this function only. Let's do that. So what you can do is you can have ID over here and this ID will be used here. So basically why we are doing it, like when user signs up, I believe Appwrite must give us some kind of ID, and that ID we will use to create the user document in the users collection, right? So let me see that first. Let me try to log this in the console so that I'm able to see what exactly it is returning, right? So let's do that first. Let me go to sign up page and let's create a dummy user @gmail.com, and then we have, again, I can put in the same password. Let me go to console. Okay, so if I signs up, I should see some kind of log over here. your account was created successfully, and I didn't see any response. That is strange, although my account was created. Wait, let me refresh it, because it was the old basically this website was old, because as you can see I restarted this server earlier, so it might be possible that this website was cached. So yeah, I think now it will come properly. So let me create one user1 and user1@gmail.com, user1 @ let me just sign up. Okay, invalid password. So if I sign up, as you can see, I'm getting this in the log. Okay, so we might so we will be needing this ID. So you can write let ID is equal to response.id, sorry, $ID, and now we can call this create user function, which we created earlier, and it takes first parameter as ID. Then we need full name. You can have name. For email address, we have email, and yeah, bio and profile pic for now will go empty, so you can just ignore these values. Great. And yeah, this alert we basically want to show after this. And also you can do one thing, you can redirect user to where a dashboard page, maybe. I think so. Yeah, after this what you can do is you can redirect user to dashboard, right? So how you can redirect a user? You have to basically import one router over here. You can write import from next, I believe it must be navigation, and from here you need to have use a router, and you can create router inside it. You can write const router use router, right? And yeah, here you can write a router dot push, and you can write /dashboard. Let me save it, and yeah, let's see. You can give it name test1 @gmail.com, test1 @gmail, sorry, test1 @gmail.com. Let's click on sign up, and yeah, your account was created successfully, and I should be redirected to dashboard. Great. So it's working fine. Let me see in the users collection as well whether user got created or not. So yeah, as you can see, my user was created, and name is test1 and email is test1 @gmail.com, which I just used for sign up. So that means document is getting created. Now we need to do the next step, which we need to do is we need to create this profile page, right? As you can see, we created a document over here. Now the next step will be to retrieve this document from here and show these this user information in a page like this, right? So let's do that. So the first thing which we need to do is we need to attach one click handler over here, so that when users click here, we need to reroute that user to profile page, right? Let's do that first. So inside app directory, in the protected directory, we can have one folder which says profile, right? And it will be containing a page index dot, I believe it's page.js, type rfce, and it will be users page. Great. Let me try going to profile page. Yeah, I'm able to see users page. Let me have the same design which we have over here. You can copy it and you can paste it over here in this div inside class name. Great. Now what we will do is we will try to create a similar page like this, where you have this profile picture, name, bio, and the work section, right? Let's do that. So it will have one div. It will be flex space x6. Then the first div which it contains is for the profile picture. You can have class name, width 32, height 32, rounded full, bg white. Okay, it will be for the profile picture, right? It will basically contain one image if profile picture is there, otherwise it will be just a text like this, right? For now, let's keep it commented because we don't have any image. Next thing which we need to do is we need to show the name and bio, right? So you can have flex column space y5, and here you can have h2, and you can have your name over here, and in the paragraph you can show your bio. Let me save it. Great. Let's do some formatting. So you can have mx auto. For my you can have 40 or maybe 30, 24 or 28, I guess. Let's see. Great. And you can have item center, I believe. Yeah, great. And this is too much, so you can write space y3, and this will be text gray 400, right? And below this division we will have one work section. You can have the same class, I believe. Class name, right? And yeah, we don't need mx auto, but we just can write mx32, I believe. Great. So it will contain work section. It will be basically our work section where we will be able to see his designs. Spacing is too much. You can decrease this. You can have my10, right? Or maybe you can remove this. That is fine, I believe, right? So yeah, here work section will be there. Currently we don't have any work, so you can keep it empty. So you can have let me see. So yeah, this div will be containing for now flex justify center and no designs yet. Great. You can remove this item center, and for this you can give empty 20. Yeah, so we don't have any designs yet. I think it's better to keep it in the beginning. Yeah, this space x6 should not be here, right? And yeah, margin is also, I don't think it's required to give. We can just simply write space y3, that should be fine. And we can decrease its size. Maybe you can write class name text sm, and we can increase its size, maybe text md, I believe, and font little around semi bold. Nice. So yeah, let's do this first. So what you can do is we need to grab this information like name, email address, bio is empty, and show it here. Like in our designs, one thing is missing. We are not showing the email address. What you can do is you can show the email address below this, I guess. You can keep it here. Let me just copy this. I believe we can show email address over here. That will be great, right? I think this looks fine. Maybe we can have it little small, around 10. Yeah, and then we can have this bio, right? Or maybe we can do one thing. We can move it to here as well, but yeah, this seems fine, I guess, for now. So we have name, email, and bio. Okay, let's try to recreate this here. So below, above bio, we have one email address as well. So you can have one span element, and this will show us the email, and that will be again text gray 400 text XS for extra small. So here we will show the email, and here we will show the bio. Great. So let's try to fetch this information from the user's you could say collection. Great. So we need to do one thing. We can go back to the Appwrite documentation, and here we need to check how to get the logged in user. So that function you will be able to see in the account, I believe, and we have this get account function which we can use. So basically we just have to write account.get, and I believe it will be giving you the currently logged in user, and from that user we can basically get this ID, and yeah, and that ID we have stored over here. So by using that ID we can fetch this user, I believe. Let me check as well whether we can create the index on the document ID. Yeah, we need to create on the $ID index, so that we'll be able to fetch this user from here. Okay, this index has been failed. I don't know the reason. Let me try to recreate it. I'm not sure. It should be $ID as well. Okay, we can do one thing. Let's try to fetch this user without creating index. If it's because it might be possible that because these are internal columns which we haven't created, like it automatically gets created in the Appwrite. So it might be possible that we are able to fetch using this ID, this document, without even creating index. For other columns we might have to create index, because that's what indexes are used for, like to fetch basically document on certain kind of columns, right? So that the fetch operation is fast. But for the internal columns, I believe we don't have to create index. I'm not sure. Let's try to do that first. So the first thing which we need to do is we need to try to get the ID by using this get account function, so that we will be able to know who is the current logged in user. So let's do that first. In the context directory where it was, you can have one function. Yeah, you can write get logged in user, and it will be again same a sync function, try catch, and you can write const user await account dot get, and you can directly return this user. And if you get an error, that means user is not logged in, so you can return maybe null. In this case we don't want to show any alert. We need to expose this. You can write get logged in get logged in user. Now let's try to use this function. So in your profile page you can write const inside curly braces you can write the function name, and we need to use over here use app context, right? It's automatically imported over here. And yeah, we need to do use effect over here, right? And this will basically call get logged in user function. So let's think about it. So basically when this page loads, we want to get user information and show it over here, right? So you can write get you can create one more function. I believe you can write it as get current user. Let's create this function here. It will be obviously a sync function, and here you can write let user await get logged in user. For now let's try to just log it, so that we are able to see if we are getting any user or not, right? So yeah, we need to do two things. not two things, only one thing. We need to use the use client, because use state and use effect only works in the client pages. Let me try to go to inspect, and in the console I should be able to see some kind of object. Great, so I'm able to see the logged in user. We just need to get this $ID from here. So you can do one thing, you can write let user ID, and it will be user dot $ID, right? And now we need to get this user information, get user information from Appwrite users collection, right? So let's create this function first. So you can have const get user details. It will be a async function and it'll take ID, user ID. You can write try catch, and if error occurs, you just we just want to show the error. Here I missed the error, although we are not showing alert, so it's fine. Great. So here we will basically try to fetch user details from users collection, right? So you can write const user await account dot, let's see, sorry, it will not be account, it will be database dot, let's see, we have this get document function, and it takes database ID, collection ID, and the document ID, right? So yeah, as you can see in this function, we can also provide document ID. So I believe that's why we don't have to create indexes, because it automatically takes this document ID. Like inside this, you can see the third parameter is document ID, right? Which was automatically created by Appwrite here. So that's why this index was getting failed, I believe. And also we don't need the index for this. So you can directly use this. So so these two parameters will be same. You can directly copy it inside here, and only this third parameter will change. It will be, so we basically need, let me see. So the third parameter is, it's not showing, but yeah, it will be the ID only, and this ID we will get from here in the parameter. And I think I pasted in the wrong place. Let me do Control Z. Yeah, we basically sorry, you can write get document, and here I needed to paste those, but I pasted in the wrong direction, sorry, wrong function. Yeah, so the third parameter is document ID, and we will be taking this from here. Great. Let me save it, and from here we will return the user, right? So yeah, let's use this function over here. We have to expose this function as well. You can write it inside here. You can write get user details. That's it. And now you will be able to use this. You can write get user details. Let's use this function. You can write let user details is equal to await get user details. Let's try to log it first, so that we are able to see whether we are getting any details or not. In the console, let's see. So this is coming from the sorry, missing required parameter document ID. Like 1 minute, let me refresh it. Missing required parameter document ID. Okay, I believe this function we created must be wrong. Okay, document ID, although we do passed it, I believe. Okay, sorry, I got it. Here we need to pass the user ID, which we haven't passed. So yeah, now it will work fine. Document with the requested ID could not be found. Strange. So when I try to do this get logged in user, it might be possible that I'm getting the wrong user information over here. Okay, I think I know the reason. Actually, we are not getting the correct logged in user. Let me try to print this. If I try to print user, and wait, we also have to write over here empty, otherwise it will be getting called again and again, this function. That's why we are seeing this alert again and again. Let me refresh it. Yeah, so okay, as you can see in this object we are getting the wrong logged in information of the user. So it might be possible that before it might be possible that I must have logged in using other email address, and also I assume that after user signs up that it must be automatically logged in, but it is not the case in the app, right? So basically after user signs up, we must redirect him to the login page so that he logs in, and then we get a correct information in this object. So we can do one thing. Let's go to provider, and rather than redirecting him to the dashboard, let's redirect him to the login page. So basically when user signs up, we should redirect him to the login page, and after user logs in, what we can do is, where is our login function? Yeah. So after user logs in successfully, let's route him to dashboard. Okay, then you will be able to get the correct logged in information. Let's try this. So we can go to sign up page again. Let's try to create one user. We can have aman@gmail.com, and then any dummy password, aman@gmail.com. Let's sign up. So now we will be redirected to login page. Let's log in with that email which we created, Aman, and password was also same. Now after user signs in, we are redirected to dashboard, and now you will be able to see correct profile information, I believe. So let's go to profile, and yeah, as you can see, now we are getting correct information from the users collection. So we have correct name, email, right? So let's try to update these over here. So you can do, let's go to profile page. Right, we are getting this information correct. Let's create one state over here that will be user details. Use state, initially it will be empty object. Let's try to set this. You can write user details. Great. And here you can directly write user details dot name. Here you can write user details dot email. Here you can write user details dot bio. I believe it should work. Let's see. So unexpected token, did you mean okay, 29th line. Okay, I have written 2 times curly braces. Let me save it again, and yeah, use state is not defined, so let's import this. You can write use state. Great. So after some time, obviously you will be able to see the correct information. We need to do one thing, right? We can do we can show some kind of loading, because currently what is happening is it's taking a lot of time to show the information. So maybe you can do one thing. Great. So what you can do is you can have one loading state. You can write here loading, set loading, use state. Initially it will be false, and yeah, here you can set this state to true, and when everything is done, you can set this state to false, right? And you can show this div. So basically you can write, if you are in the loading state, we want to show one div with span which says loading. For now I'm just using a simple loading state, and if loading is done, we just want to show whatever there was earlier, right? You can write colon and then this. Okay, so we have some, okay, this colon will not be here, I believe. Let me see, what is the error? Let me undo everything. Okay, I think we might have to use this empty fragrance, because what is happening is we have a lot of child components. Basically we are allowed to only have a single component but instead we have a multiple components, so that's why we have to wrap all these components inside this empty. Let's save it, and yeah, now you'll be able to see correct. So when I refresh it, you will be able to see some kind of loading, and when loading is done, you'll be able to see the information of the user, right? We also have to do some kind of fetching over here for the designs. We will do this later when the designs page will be completed. Okay. So our page something looks like this, although we don't have any bio, so that's why bio is not coming, which is fine. Let's create this profile picture functionality. So basically we should be able to save the profile picture from here. Like when user clicks on this, he should be able to change the profile picture or update the profile picture. Currently we don't have any, so let's try to have some kind of icon over here which says whether you want to edit your profile or not. So maybe you can have some kind of here you can have some kind of span which says edit profile. Let's have it where it will look good. Maybe sorry, let's have it here, I believe, right? And let's have class name. Text will be small and text will be little blue color. Text small. Let's have text around maybe blue color. Let's say cyan 500. Great. Okay, let's also write cursor pointer, and what we want to do is basically when this button is clicked, we want to show some kind of model, and that model should be able to update the profile picture, name, and bio, right? So here you can basically set some kind of state. It can be profile model state to true. This state is not yet created. Let's create this first. You can write const profile model state. Initially, obviously, it will be false. Okay, great. Although this button will not work yet because we haven't created the model component. So for creating models, we will be using Shadcn library. Let's do that. You can go to Shadcn docs and let's go to the documentation, and we'll be needing the model. Let's see. So inside components, but first of all, let's see how to install it. So we're using React, although they don't have, okay, because it's not a framework, right? Sorry. Let's go to components first and let's see. So we basically need, where it is, yeah. So we need one, what is the name? Dialog, I believe. So like when I click on edit profile, yeah, we should be able to see some kind of this similar model, right? So yeah, to use it, what you can do is you can just write the same code. You can copy it. In the new terminal, you can paste it. So it will install the Shadcn UI library and install some files over here which we need to create this dialog component. Let's wait for some time. Okay, so we got some error. It's saying configuration is missing. Please run init to create a component.js file. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's try to initialize Shadcn UI first. You can write npx Shadcn UI @latest init. It will ask us some question. Let's not have TypeScript. Default, we want Zinc styles. Global CSS is inside our source directory, so you can write source app globals.css. For now, we won't be using CSS variables, I believe, or maybe let's press yes, I believe. Tailwind config.js is located in the root directory. This seems fine. Are you using React server components? Not now, I believe. Yes. Great. So it will basically do some changes. It has added this component JSON file in the root directory, and yeah, in source directory it has done some changes. Like it has added this utility file in the lib directory. It has changes done over here as well in the app.css, global.css. Right. So yeah, let's try to import the module which we were using. So we wanted to use this dialog component, where it is, yeah. So we just need to write this. So you can copy this code and paste it over here. And ready to install components and dependencies. Yes, it is installing dialog. Let's see. So it should install it here. As you can see, it created this UI directory over here, and all the dialog code will be present over here, right? Great. Let's try to use it. So its installation is done. Now how to use it, you can see some examples over here. Okay, so we can go to our components, and here let's create one file. Its name will be profile dialog.js, and let's type rfce, right? And yeah, let's try to import this. Great. And in the props, it will take two things. First is profile model state. and then set profile model state. Let me check the naming. Its name you can check from yeah, here. So we created this state, I believe. Yeah, so you can copy it and write it over here. This one is correct, I believe. Great. And inside this we can copy the code which we have over here. This will create the dialog component, and we don't need dialog trigger because we'll be triggering our dialog from this button which we have over here, right? So yeah, so how we will be able to trigger, like when we are clicking on this span edit profile, we are setting this state. So how to pass the state, right? We are taking it as a prop, and here you can write let me see, so you can have open. So it should open when this profile model state is true, and when its state is changed we need to pass this set profile model state, right? I believe it should work. Let's try to test it. What you can do is you can let me remove this as well. So in our profile page, what you can do is you can import this component. So you can write import. Let's try to auto import it. So you can have one, its name was profile dialog. It's automatically imported, as you can see. Yeah, so here you can pass your states. So the first state was profile model state, and the second was set profile model state, right? So let's try to use it. Let's see whether it is coming or not. So yeah, dialog is coming. When I click on this, dialog should come. As you can see, dialog is coming and its UI is looking very nice. Let me click on refresh, and when I click on edit profile, a model is getting opened, right? Great. So let's modify the code over here. So the first thing, title should be edit profile. In the description, maybe we can write modify below fields to update your profile, and then we can have one div which can have class name flex space x5 or 4. So I believe the code will be almost same. You can directly copy it. You will have a profile picture, and then all these things. You can just simply copy it and paste it over here as well. And here I would want to show one I mean, this is fine. Okay, let's try to remove all these things and have one input box of type text, and here we will show the name. Okay, currently we don't have any name exposed in this component. For now, let's try to use like this. Second, we will have email, and then we have this text area where we are showing the bio, right? And then we will have one button as well. You can have one button which says save. You can have class name bg gray 900, padding 2, text white. Let me save it, and when I click on edit profile, yeah, title and description is coming correct. Then we have name, email, bio. Let's try to add some CSS classes. You can write class name border p2 rounded. Let me copy this and paste it in all the inputs that we have. Here as well, right? Great. It's coming in the center. What we can do is we can have width full, I believe, and let's see. Basically it's coming in the center, but I don't want what exactly is happening. Okay, it's width full. Okay, got it. Actually we have a profile picture over here. Let me try to give a different color, then you will be able to see it. You can write gray 400 maybe. Yeah, so we basically had this profile picture over here, which is fine. We can write it as grow, I believe, so that it takes the remaining space. Nice. And then we can have some margin over here, right? although this margin didn't work, I'm not sure. Okay, it is not working. Let's try to give margin here, then maybe. Okay, here it is working fine. Great, no issue. So empty 5 will be fine for this. Great. So this is our edit profile page. It looks like this. When we click on edit profile, it shows us our profile picture and the name, email and bio, right? Although we are not able to see the correct name, email and bio over here. So let's do that first. And also let's try to make this disabled, because we won't be allowing update of email. We will only be allowing update of name, bio and profile picture, right? So you can do one thing. For this you can keep it disabled, right? Let's see. You won't be able to edit it, right? And let's access the name, email and bio field from here. So what you can do is in your profile page, inside your profile dialog, you can pass the user details like this. You can write user details and then user details, right? And here you can have one more prop, which will be user details. Inside your value, you can directly write user details dot name. Here you can write user details dot email. Here you can write user details dot bio. I believe it will work. When you click on edit profile, you'll be able to see name, email and bio. Although bio is not there yet, which is fine. Great. Also, let's add some labels as well, because how would I know that this is name or this is email, right? So you can have some kind of label as well. You can write label name here as well, label email, and this is for bio, right? Let's have some spacing. So let me include this in a wrapper. Similar here as well. And similarly for bio as well, let's include this in wrapper. Great. And we can maybe do one thing. It will be class name flex column space y2 is fine, right? Let's copy this class and have it in all the wrappers which we created just now. So we can write same classes over here as well and here as well. Okay, great. So it's looking nice. Let's I was thinking whether we should show it like this, or maybe we can do one thing. We can remove this flex and have maybe flex column. Let's see how it is looking then. Right, it also looks nice, I believe, and we can show everything in center. Right, and this, although didn't come in center, we can have MX auto, I believe, right? This also looks fine, I believe. So basically when this button is clicked, you see some kind of dialog like this, where you can update your profile picture, you can update your name, email won't be updatable, right? So yeah, now we need to do two changes. First is we have to add a file uploader over here so that we are able to upload some file. Let's do that first. So we will be showing some icon over here. Let's try to find some icon from lucide.dev, and we'll be needing edit icon. Let's have this which icon? Okay, this icon seems fine, pencil. So you can write import from lucide react, and we need pencil, right? So inside your profile picture division, we can have one pencil, pencil icon. Let's see how it is looking. Great. And we want it to be in center, so you can write flex justify center items, center flex column, right? So when user clicks on this, we should be able to upload some file. So let's do that. What you can do is you can have a relative class to it, and inside this you can have one input type of file. Let me save it. Right. So when I click on this, file uploader is coming, but we want to hide it. So you can write class name hidden, absolute left 0, top 0, and width obviously it will be full, height will be full. Let's see. So when I click anywhere, you see I should be able to open, but it's not coming. Okay, it should not be hidden. Actually, it should be opacity 0, because by hidden what is happening is it's getting removed from the DOM, but we don't want to actually remove it, so that's why. Just make opacity 0 and let's try. Great. So you can click anywhere, it will always open, but it will always open inside the circle, right? You see when I'm clicking outside it's not opening, but when I'm clicking inside this. Also, let's try to add some hover state over here as well. Like when I hover over it, it should become some kind of like dark color maybe. For that, what we can do is we can have hover class and we can write bg gray, maybe 700. Let's see. Yeah, let's have 600 or maybe 500. Yeah, so when I hover over this, the background color is getting changed, right? And let's also have cursor pointer over here. Great. So when I click a particular profile picture, I should be able to see it over here, but I'm not able to see. For that, I'll have to use some kind of file preview feature. So yeah, let's add some on change event handler over here, and it will basically call this handle profile pic change function. Let's create this function. You can write const handle profile pic change and I'll get event property. From here I'll get a file. You can write e.target.files 0. You can check if I got the file. What you can do is let me use the same code which we have used in the add new design page. So you can just simply use the same code. Let me create this image preview here. You can write const image preview, set image preview, use state. So initially it will be empty, right? So this image preview you can use directly over here inside. Yeah, I believe you should be able to use it. So you can write image src and image preview, class name width full, height full, object cover, object center. And also we will be only showing it when we have an image preview, right? So you can write image preview and you can close the curly braces, right? So let's try this. So when I upload a profile picture, I should be able to see it. Great, I'm able to see it, although it's not coming circular. It should have. I've written w full, height full, object. Okay, we can do one thing. We can write rounded full. That way it will come fine. Great. So as you can see, I'm able to see the preview of the picture which I selected. You can select other picture as well. Let's say I click on this, and that is also coming. I don't have that many pictures, but yeah, I'm able to see the profile picture. Great. Now the next change which we will do is we have to keep some states for this. Name, email, although email won't be editable. Yeah, we can write any bio over here, like software engineer at Lead Squad Bangalore, right? But although you won't be able to do anything with this save button, so we have to create that. So this save button will call the create document functionality of Appwrite, and it will store in this record. So we will be updating name, bio, and also storing the profile picture, right? So how we will be able to store profile picture? For storing profile picture, we will be using the storage service of Appwrite. So let me create one bucket over here. Let's give it name design fly. And let me see permissions. So you can add permissions for all the users. They should be able to create, which means store the file, read the file, and yeah, update, delete. Yeah, you can give all the permissions, I believe. Yeah, you can have some kind of compression algorithm as well if you want to apply, although for our case let's not have any. And we should be allowed to have JPG, PNG, SVG, GIF files to be uploaded, right? Okay, right. So let's see in the documentation how we can actually store a file in the storage service of Appwrite. So yeah, let's see. I believe it should be pretty simple. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Just use this create file function and pass the bucket ID, and the file directly which you want to upload, and it'll basically give you some kind of ID in the response, and that ID we can store in our database in the user's profile picture column, I believe. Right. So let's try to use this. So we need to import this storage from Appwrite. Let's go back to our context directory. Here you can write storage. Let's create one function. Okay, so this function will store file in, or you can say store profile picture in Appwrite storage service, right? You can write const store profile pic. It will be a async function and it will take, I believe, file, and it will be try catch. Although I don't want to show any error, or I might. Okay, let's show the error. Great. And here you can write the same code which you have here. So const response await storage dot I forgot to create this, so you can copy this, and yeah, below this you can initialize it. So you can write storage dot create file, and inside it we need to pass the bucket ID. So you can write process dot env dot next public, and it will be our bucket ID. Next thing which we need to pass is the file ID. So for now I can just simply write id.unique. Third, we need to pass the file, right? I believe it should work fine. And from here I want to return the response dot $id. Great. So let's use this. Let me expose this function as well, so you can pass it over here in the exposed values object. Great. Let's create this environment variable as well in the environment local file. You can copy this from the Appwrite console. You can go to storage, and from this you can copy the bucket ID. Let's save it and enable to enqueue readable stream. Okay, we'll see that error later. So yeah, let's use this function, store profile picture. So let me see in the design fly, when I click on edit profile and when I choose a file, it's coming. Now what I want to do is I want to basically like when I click on save, this picture will be first uploaded to the bucket, and it will give me some kind of ID, and that ID I will store along with this name, email, bio information in my design fly database inside this users collection record, right? So let's do that. So when I click on save, where it is, okay, so let's add on click functionality, and it will have handle save profile. So you can write const handle save profile. We can have some kind of loading as well. So you can write set loading true, set loading false. You can declare this here as well. Loading, set loading. Initially, obviously, it will be false. Right. Then you can call the function which we created in the provider. Let me expose it first. I mean, it's already exported. Let me import it here. So you can write a const in the curly braces store profile picture, and we want to use the app context, right? So inside your handle save profile, you can use, so first you can basically get the profile ID by storing it in the bucket. So you can write await store profile picture, and inside it you can pass the file. So you can get it. I believe, okay, let's try to give some kind of ID here so that you'll be able to get the file. So in your input type file, let me give some kind of ID. It will be profile picture ID, right? And here you can directly get it. You can write let profile pic file document dot get element by ID. So what was the ID? It was profile picture ID, and from here you can directly get, I believe, let me see, in the function it was written, I guess, yeah, we can directly get files 0. I believe it should work. Sorry, I wrote in the wrong place again. I should have pasted it here in the document.getElement by ID and then files 0. Great. Also make this function asynchronous so that we will be able to use this await. Inside this function we will pass profile picture file. Great. Now we want to use this profile ID and store in the users collection. So we will have to create one more function which will be able to enter all these details inside here. So let's create one more function, and its name will be, so basically this function will store records in users collection, right? So you can have function update profile or update user. Great. And it'll take name, email, bio, profile pic. For now it will be inside a try catch block. If any error occurred, we just want to show the alert for now. Okay, so here we will use await database dot update document, and inside it we will pass the database ID. You can write process dot environment dot next public database ID. We also need to provide the collection ID. We have next public user collection ID, then we have document ID. Okay, so we might have to pass the ID over here as well, user ID. So you can directly pass it. The last parameter which we have is the object. So it can be the same object which we used here. You can directly, I believe, copy it. And profile picture is same. Okay, for email we have email parameter which we are taking over here. For name we have name, right? Okay, everything seems fine. Although it is okay, I've written curly braces 2 times, right? Also this will be async function, right? Let me save it. Great. So let's try to use this function. We haven't exposed it yet. You can pass it here, update user. And in your profile component, let me import it as well. You can write update profile, update user, I believe. Yeah, its name was update user. Okay, great. So here you can although we don't have any response returned, so you can directly write await update user, and here we need to pass the user ID. Although we don't have any user ID in this component, so let me get that as well. So let's try to pass this first. So in our profile page, let me go back to my profile page where it was, and here we need to pass the user ID as well. So from where we will get it, let's store that as well in the user ID state. Let's create one state over here. It will store the user ID, use state. Initially it will be empty, and yeah, here we were getting the user ID. So you can set the state. You can write set user ID to user ID. Yeah, so we have passed this user ID to this profile dialog, and yeah, let's use it. So inside this function, first parameter goes as user ID. The second parameter which goes is name, email, bio. Okay, let's pass it. So you can write user details dot name, user details dot email, user details dot bio, and then we have a profile picture, I believe. So yeah, for profile picture we have this ID which we need to pass. You can write profile ID, right? So after it is done, what we want to is we want to close this model. So you can use this state, set profile model state. You can write set profile model state to false, so that a model closes. And also we want basically what I want is, let me go back. Like when I save it, this model will be closed and also this page will be reloaded, or maybe we can call the function again, which basically does all this fetching the user information. So in our profile page we had this function, right? Get current user. So let's pass this as well here, so that we are able to call this. So get current user, and here inside props, let me import it, get current user. And when this model is closed, before this you can call this function. You can write await get current user, right? I believe it's a asynchronous function. Let me check. This get current user function is asynchronous, right? Okay, right. So yeah, that was all. Let's see whether it is working or not. So one thing is missing, right? Currently when I type something over here, we are not able to type. First of all, here I'm able to type, but here I'm not able to type. So we have to do some changes first, right? So let's add one on change handler over here, which basically handle. You can write update user details. Let's do one thing. Let's take all these in a different state. Let's create different states for it. So for name, we will be having different state, set name, and we will be getting it from user details name. Then we have email, set email, use state. Although for email we don't have requirement because we are not allowing update, but still it's fine. We can have user details dot email. Then we have const bio, set bio, use state, right? Let's try to use this here directly. So you can have name, and when this is changed, we just want to set set name to e.target.value, and this e will get from here, right? And similarly you can, okay, there's no need to write here because it's not allowed to edit. In text area you can write on change, and here we just want to update our bio e.target.value, right? And here I'll just want to use directly the bio. Here also you can write email. Great. Now if you select if you see, I'm able to edit everything, and when I click on save, I should be able to save this. Let's try this first. So if I click on edit, and if I'm not able to see my name over here. That is strange. Let's see why. If I click on edit profile, I should be able to see something over here, but I'm not. Although I do have written this, it should have worked. Strange. Let me try to print this, if it's coming correct or not. User details. So inspect console profile dialog 20. Okay. It might be possible that it's running before this component is even rendered. So we can have some kind of use effect maybe. That will work fine. So you can have use effect, and you can use it whenever your profile model state is true. So you can write, if profile model state is true, we want to set our name to user details dot name, and similarly you can have set email to user details dot email, set bio, right? And here you can maybe reset all the states if you want. Set bio, right? Let's use this. I believe now it will come. So basically when I click on edit profile, yeah, I'll be able to see name, email, and all these things. We might have to do a slight change. We also might have to set the profile picture. We will do that later. So let's first try to update name and bio, and let's see whether it's getting updated or not. So I'll write Aman Kumar, and bio can be like analyst, whatever. Let's save it. Okay, missing required parameter file. Okay, let's see. So when basically this function is getting called, and file 0. Okay, we have to do a small change. Like here we have to write, basically if profile picture file is there, right, then only we have to get the profile ID, otherwise it will be always empty, right? So you can have like this. So if you have a profile picture file in your this ID division, then we need to store this file, otherwise we won't be storing it, right? I believe this should work fine. So let's see. So if I write Aman Kumar and bio can be anything, analyst, let's save it. Okay, so I'm able to save it, although I don't see any change over here. Let me see in my document whether it got updated or not. Okay, it didn't get updated. It's pretty strange. Let me see again. Okay, it didn't get updated. Let me check in the console what is exactly happening. Maybe I'm passing wrong details. It might be possible. So, okay, I got it. Actually, I didn't, because I created separate states, right, for name, email, and bio. So that's why we have to pass name over here, and here I must pass email, and similarly for this as well, I should pass bio. Yeah, now it will work fine. So if I write Aman Kumar and here I write analyst, so yeah, I should be able to correctly save now. Yeah, as you can see, name got updated and my bio is also getting visible over here. So that means edit functionality is working fine. Now we have to do one small change regarding this profile picture, and also we have to add some validation, because right now you see I can also leave it empty and again save it, which is not a good idea, right? As you can see, now name is not coming. So name should always be there. So yeah, we have to fix it. Let's do that. So yeah, let's first do this profile picture change. So I believe it's already done. Like let's say I select this, and when I save it, also this bio is not coming. I'll have to debug it. So when I save it, profile picture should be uploaded, right? Let me see. So inside this storage, I should be able to see the file which I uploaded. As you can see, it's uploaded, and here as well in the users document, I should be able to see the profile picture ID, right? Great. Although I won't be able to see any profile picture over here because we haven't retrieved it from the storage service. So let's see how you can retrieve the file from the storage service. So I believe it should be, let me see, references, storage. So yeah, we might have to use get file or maybe the get file preview function, and it only takes, I believe, yeah, file ID, and the get file is used for, okay, it only returns the JSON object, and it returns us response structure is not given over here. Great. Let's try to use this get file preview. I believe it should do our work. So yeah, let's create this function. In our context provider, you can have one more function to get profile picture preview. You can write get profile pic preview, a sync function, try catch, right? And inside this function, I'll write const response await storage get file preview, and it takes bucket ID. So you can write process environment next public bucket ID, and second it takes the file ID, right? And this file ID you can pass it from the parameter. You can write file ID here, and from here I just want to return response.href. That will give me the URL. I think it should work. Let's see. Let's expose this function, get profile pic preview, and yeah, let's import it here. Where it is? Yeah, here. Let me keep it down so that you are able to see it, right? And inside this, I want to get profile pic preview, right? Let me compare. This function is same, right? Get profile pic preview. Okay, and this function takes the file ID, and we will get from. Okay, also I don't have to. Okay, this is required here as well. Why? Because you see, when I click on edit profile, I'm not able to see profile picture here as well. So let's do this change first here. So what we can do is we can have one. Yeah, you can set image preview to. Okay, we can do one thing. Like I basically want to set my profile picture here. So how would I do that? So basically what I can do is, if I have user details dot profile pic, right? I want to set handle image preview. Let's have this function, and let me pass this file ID in this function. Let's create this function, and that function responsibility will be just to set this profile picture over here. So you can have const handle image preview. It has taken file ID, and yeah, it will be a synchronous function. You can write async, and here I'll write URL await get profile pic preview, which we created earlier, and it takes file ID. And I'll just simply write set image preview to this URL. I believe it should work. Let's see. Great. As you can see, profile picture is coming. So if I click on edit profile, it will always come. Let's see. I refresh it and I click on edit profile, and I'm able to see profile picture. But if I change this, obviously I'll be able to change it, right? So it's working fine. Great. There is one issue, like we are not able to see bio. That is very strange. Let me see why we are not able to see the bio. It should come. That is quite strange. I believe we might have to use a value over here and then bio. We don't have to write this, I believe. Yeah, that was not a correct way, the earlier which we used. Great. Also, we have to use some kind of validation. Currently, like if I keep it empty and update it, I'm able to do that. So what we can do is, inside handle say profile, we can have some kind of validation. So we can check if we don't have any name. And also, yeah, only in the name we need validation. Others we can keep it empty. Email is not editable, so that is fine. So if name is not given, we want to show that name is mandatory. And I want to return over here, right? So like if I keep it empty, you see I won't be able to save it. So we have to give some kind of name over here. So you can click save. Also, we don't have any loading over here. When we click on when I click on save, it doesn't show me any kind of loading, although I do have a loading state. So what you can do is, you can have here, you can write if it is loading, I want to show saving, else I want to show save. Yeah. So let me try this again. So if I click, as you can see, I'm able to say saving. Great. Now the next change which we have to do is, we have to show the profile picture over here, which is not visible. So yeah, you can use the same functionality. You can import this in your profile page. Where should I do it? Yeah, you can write get profile pic preview, and when you're getting the current user information, I think you can do it here. So you can write if user details dot profile pic. Again, you can call the same function which you created over here, this one, and you can paste the same code. I believe it should work. And in your profile, yeah, here you can copy the same code which you had for the image. When you have an image preview, you want to show the image preview, right? And yeah, also, if you don't have any image preview, what I will do is, I'll show one span with your uh, first initial of your name. So you can have maybe user details dot name and then 0th letter of it, I believe. We don't have image preview state. Let's create it. So you can have image preview, set image preview, use state. Great. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. Okay. So what you can do is you can have, although I do believe it should have worked, but maybe we can have some kind of condition over here. When we have user details, then only we should show this. Although it's still not working, that is strange. I believe we can have something like this. Although I'm not, okay, yeah, I'm able to see the first initial, right? So it should come in the center. Let's do that first. So you can have flex column, justify center, items center, and for text I want to use text gray. Great, it's looking nice. Okay, as you can see, we are able to see the first initial over here and it's coming in the center. It's looking great, but we're not able to see the profile picture. Okay, we might have not saved it, I guess. Okay, let's try to have one profile picture and let me save it. I think I got the issue what exactly happened. Like previous time I changed the name, and when I clicked on save, it might be possible that the profile picture value got emptied. It didn't get passed basically. So when I click on save, yeah, profile picture should come, right? And it should be visible over here as well. Okay, great, it's coming. But I believe what exactly is happening, right, when I click on edit again and when I click save again, so I think profile picture will become empty, maybe, or it's becoming empty. So it's happening because of, I believe I have handled states not correctly. Let me see that first. So what I do is I set the image preview. Great. What we can do is, okay, I believe we can do two things. Let's see. Like somehow I also need to, okay, we can have one more state as well, I believe. Let's try to think about it, because currently what is happening is when I click here, let me save it first, then you'll be able to know what I'm exactly talking about, right? And so basically when I click on it, currently I'm only showing, like here you can see, I call this function in the use effect and it only sets the image preview state. But when I click on save, how I'm getting profile picture is from this division directly, but in that division file will be empty right for now. So instead what we can do is maybe we can use it directly, I believe. Great. So we can write one condition over here, like if we don't have any profile. Okay, so by default it will be, I believe, this, right? We can write it like this. So basically what I'm saying is, I'm asking from the user details object, if you have profile picture, give me. If you don't have, I'll just keep it empty, right? I believe it should work fine. So if I click on edit profile and again save it, I won't see the vanishing of this picture, I believe. Yeah, now it's working fine. But if I change it, it should be changed, right? So if I click on save, it should get changed, I believe. Yeah, it's getting changed. So that means our function is getting, it's working fine. Great. Let me change it again and save it. And now you will be able to see the change, right? So our profile picture page is almost completed. The next part in our profile picture is to show some kind of designs over here, but obviously we haven't created any, so obviously it's coming empty. We also need to show the profile picture over here, so let's do that as well. So let me see where is our navigation bar. So it was here. So let me write span and yeah, it was similar like this. And we can have I believe same which we used in the profile page. You can copy the code, I believe. So yeah, we can use this same code, it should work. So you can have in your navigation bar this same code. You can remove this as well. We don't have any image preview state, so you can have const image preview, set image preview, use state. Initially obviously it will be empty. Let's have use client over here because we are using the use state, right? And use state we haven't imported. Great. Okay, user details is not defined, so how will I get user details? The same way I'm getting in the profile page. So we have to call this get user details, right? Let's copy this function and let me call this here. We don't need loading state. We don't, I mean, you can have loading state, I believe. Okay, let's have loading state. Const loading, set loading, use state. Initially obviously it will be false, and we want to get two functions, get logged in user, get user details from the use app context, right? And yeah, I believe it's fine. Also we don't need any user ID state, you can do that. User details, also we don't need this as well, I can remove it. Handle image preview, okay, this function is not here. Let me copy that function as well, so we can have it like this in your layout. Great, I believe now it should work fine. User details is not defined. Okay, where are we using user details? Okay, got it. So user details, set user details. So obviously initially it will be empty object. So yeah, here you can set the user details to whatever user details you got after calling this function. And yeah, profile picture should come over here. Okay, we haven't called this function actually, so this function will always be called when you refresh a page, right? So you can have empty dependency array over here, and I'll just call get current user function over here, right? So yeah, let me save it. And some kind of error is coming. What it is, get profile pic preview is not defined. Okay, so we have to write here get profile picture preview. Now it will work fine. As you can see, although we were not able to get the profile picture, but still we were able to get the initial over here. But now obviously profile picture will come. So let me save it and let me refresh it. Now you'll be able to see the profile picture in your navigation bar as well. So only catch is like when you update the profile picture, right, and if you save it, your profile picture will come here in this page, but here it will not be updated. Why? Because we have written use effect, and it's only working initially when you refresh the page. So it will come when you refresh the page, which is fine for now. Okay, it's not a big issue. But otherwise, if you want to update this as well, then we might have to keep some kind of central state. Like when this is updated, we update that particular central state, and we use, like, whenever that state is updated, we get the updated basically profile picture over here, right? So let me update my profile picture again. Or maybe we can do one thing, like whenever profile picture is updated, we refresh the whole page. That can be other option, right? Great. So yeah, our profile picture is completed. Now we have to do some small changes. So the first small change is, like, we want whenever I click on this, I should be redirected to profile page, which is not yet happening. So let's do that first. So let me go back to my dashboard page, and here where was my profile? okay, it's actually in navigation bar, sorry. So in layout we had this division, right? So here you can give cursor pointer and you can include this inside a link, and you can move this whole component inside this wrapper. So let's auto import this from next link, and href will route us to profile page. Let's see whether it is working or not. So yeah, I'm redirected to profile page. It's working fine. And also when I click on this, it should redirect me to the dashboard. Let's do that as well. So you can have a link over here as well, and move this section above, and here you can write href dashboard. Let's see. So if I click on this, it is redirecting me to the dashboard. Great, nice. And yeah, this link is also not working. So when I click on add design, which is inside my dashboard, I believe, yeah, so this button should this button should redirect me to the add new design page, right? Let me import it by pressing control space. Sorry, it imported wrong file. Great. Now let's try this. So as you can see, I'm redirected to add new design page, which is great. Also these links are not working yet, but at least we can make this cancel button work for now, because for publish we will have to create one function which will enter all these details, you know, in our document. So that will be pretty straightforward. So what we can do is let's implement this cancel functionality first. So where we have this cancel, let me search. It will be in the add new design page. So yeah, you can include this inside a link, and let's import this. You can write href dashboard, right? Or maybe we can also do one thing, maybe you can use the router.back function, I believe, because currently what is happening, like you can enter this route from anywhere, right? And when you click cancel, there is two possibility, whether you should go back to wherever you came from, or like right now it will always lead to dashboard because we have used the fixed constant value here, right? Okay, so cancel button is also working fine. Now let's try to create this publish functionality. So yeah, let's do this first. Let me close all the open editors, and what we can do is, in our context directory, let's create one more function. Where it was? Okay, so inside context directory we will create one more function, and that function will store the design in designs document, collection. So its name will be const create design. It will be a asynchronous function, and try catch again. If any error occurs, I'll just want to show alert error, and const response await database dot create document, and it will take first thing is database ID. So you can write process.env, next public database ID. Second thing, it takes the collection ID. You can write process.env.nextenv. Okay, so we don't have design collection ID yet. We will create that. Second, third thing, it takes the document ID. Okay, we can give any document ID for now. And lastly, it takes the data, right? So before doing this, let's create this environment variable. You can go to environment.local, and here you can create your design collection ID. So go back to your Appwrite console, and we want this designs collection ID, right? So let me copy this And also we might not need this ID because ID is automatically created by Appwrite. So let's delete this. Right, so we will be storing profile picture, title, description, user ID for now. Great. Also, let's create one index over here because we might need to find all the designs which user created. Like currently in my profile, I should be able to see what all designs I created. So for that, I'll be fetching all the designs by the user ID, right? So one index will be here on the basis of user ID, I believe. So yeah, it can be simple key, and on the user ID I can create one index, and it's failing. I don't know why. Let's create a unique index, maybe it'll work fine. I'm not sure why that is not working. Okay, so yeah, this simple index is not working. Let me delete it. Although this index got created successfully. So yeah, we have this. Okay, we also might need, okay, this one is fine. Okay, let's try to store one document for the design which we will create from this add design page. So yeah, let's do that. This is saved. Okay, so here I need to pass, let me see. So we have design pick, so can I have design pick, and I'll take the pick ID, sorry, picture ID, and we have title, which will take title. We have description, then we have user ID. Okay, so this T will be small, and all these parameters will come from here. Design pick, sorry, picture ID. How this got changed? It should be title. Okay, so picture ID, and then we have title, description, and we have user ID, right? Great. And all these parameters are required. Great. Yeah, this one is fine. Let's try to expose this here. You can just paste it, right? And let's try to use this function. We can go back to our add new design page, and here we can import this from use app context. We might also need one more function which will basically store this in the Appwrite storage service. So let's create that function as well. It will be similar to this. Which one? This one. It will be pretty straightforward to this. Okay, I believe we can create this function common rather than, you know, maybe what we can do is we can just simply write it as store pick. That's it. I believe that should work fine, because otherwise we will be creating duplicate functions, because it only takes the file, right? So we can have store pick, and we can change this here as well. Let me search wherever I'm calling this. I need to replace that with the correct name. It will be store pick, and here as well. Okay, because we want to create a common function. We might also need to change this as well, so we can write it as get, let me just do control replace. I can write get pick preview. Yeah, you can replace it, and here as well I want to do same thing. So wherever I've written like this, I'll just replace it. Great. So yeah, everything will still work fine. No error will occur. Right. Great. Everything is working fine. Here we got an error. Await get pick preview. It is not defined in the profile dialog. Okay, there might be some issue. Let's see. So yeah. Okay, why it's not working? Get a pic preview. It is not a function. In provider, we have this, right? Why it is not working? Okay, I have actually not saved any of the files, I believe. Yeah, now it'll work fine. Actually, I forgot to save the files. Great. So let me go back to add design, and now we will be able to use those functions because I created a generic function now, because earlier they were using because otherwise I'll have to create duplicate functions, which is not necessary. So yeah, let's use these functions. So I can go back to my add new design page, and here I can use create what was the name, store pick and get pick preview. Okay, so store pick and get. Okay, we might not need preview over here, so which is fine. Okay, so what we can do is we can create one more function which will be publish. It will be asynchronous function, and we can set some kind of loading, and here I want to call. So basically first task which I need to do is I want to store whatever picture is here, and also do some kind of validation, like all these properties should be filled, right? We should be having title, we should be having description, and we should be having the profile picture. For profile picture we are using image preview, so you can have that. So we should be having some kind of image preview. If all these things are not there, we just want to show alert, like if we don't have title. Okay, great. So we'll just show the error that all fields are mandatory, while publishing design, right? And we can call this function whenever publish button is clicked. So you can have an on click event over here, and you can add this function, right? Let's test it. I haven't entered any value. If I click on publish, so what it is saying, okay, I don't have any loading state, so let me create that first. Loading, set loading. Initially it will be false, and let's also do one small change. Here you can write if it is in loading state, I want to show it as publishing, else I'll show publish, right? Great. So if I click on it, as you can see, all fields are mandatory, but if I fill all the values, and let's say I click this, and if I publish, obviously I won't see any error. Now the next final thing which we need to do is we need to basically store all these information in the Appwrite database, right? In this document, obviously in the designs document. So yeah, let's do that. We already have created one function which we need to call. So inside my add new design page, what I can do is after this I can just simply so the first function which I need to call is store the design picture and get its ID, right? And the next task which I need to do is store the design document in Appwrite collection, right? So yeah, so here you can just simply write await store, what was the name? It's create design. Okay, create design. Yeah, here you can pass all the parameters which are required, and here also you can get the ID and await store pick, and it just requires the ID of this one. Let me see whether I've given any ID or not. Okay, I haven't given, so you can write ID. It can be design pick, right? So yeah, here you can just simply get this file, const file document dot get element by ID, and its name was, what was the ID which I gave? It was design pick. Let me copy it. files 0, and here you can write if file is there, I want to I'll write if file is there, I want to store this in Appwrite with this file, right? Great. Although we don't have to write this, I believe, because we are already doing validation over here, but still, I mean, we can neglect it as well, I believe, right? So we got the ID, and here you need to pass all these values. So the first is ID, and let me see. So yeah, first is ID, title, description, and then user ID. Great. So we have title, description, and then we have user ID. So currently we haven't got the user ID. So how I will get the user ID? The same way I'm doing in the profile page, right? So you can call these two functions, and that way you will be able to, okay, you only have to call this, I believe, this function. Great. So in your add new design page, inside the publish function, you can paste this and you can directly pass it, I believe. But this function you haven't imported it yet, so you can write here. Great. I believe this should work now. And after design is created, what I want to do is I want to, okay, let me import this first. So you can import use router from next navigation. You can create one router object over here. You can write use router, and basically when design is created, I want to go back to my dashboard, right? Let me save it, and I believe everything should work fine. So if I click here, I should see the error, but okay, missing required parameter file. Okay, I got it. Actually, I have to write a return over here, right? So yeah, let me try add design, and if I click on wait, let me check if any document is created. Oh, okay, it will not be created, fine. So if I click on publish, error should come, and it's stuck on publishing state. Okay, this should happen after, sorry, I always press command instead of option in my MacBook, sorry. Okay, this should be here, right? So yeah, let me refresh it, and when I click on publish, it should show me an error that all fields are mandatory, right? Let's try to enter all these values. I'll pick up any dummy image, and I'll pick up any title, drag, gesture, design, design for drag, gesture, using framer, motion, right? Even if you skip any value, obviously you will be able to see an error, but you didn't. That is quite strange. Let's see. So yeah, wait, set title, set description. I might have written wrong. I mean, everything seems correct only, but still, that is quite strange. Let me see. Document was created, right? Yeah, we are able to see title, user ID, design pick ID, description. Okay, but it got created without even taking the description. That is strange. Let me see once again. If I go back here and if I enter something, so yeah, my validation is not working properly. Let me see why it is happening. I believe here it should be OR condition. So if anything is missing, I want to show the error, right? Even if again it should be showing the error, right? Yeah, now it's working fine. Actually, I wrote the wrong condition, that's why it was not working. So yeah, let's try to have some more design to design to description, and let's upload a picture. It can be any picture, I believe. Great. Let's save it, and if I click on publish, document with the requested ID already exists. Okay, Okay guys, I was debugging it and I found the error. Like when I publish it, what is happening is I was getting the duplicacy issue. So it was happening because of the wrong index which I created. So let me go back, and in the designs collection you would see I created a unique user ID index, which should not be. Basically I should not be creating unique index for the user ID. Why? Because multiple users can have like a single user can have multiple designs, right? So that's why it should not be a unique index. Let's delete it. So what we can do is we can create one index and let's give it name user index 1, and it should be unique. Sorry, it should be a key index and it should be user ID for the attribute, right? I believe either we can use key or full text, both should work fine. Let's use key for now, I believe. Let me create it, and yeah, index is created. Now I will be able to submit it, I guess. Let me have some different picture, maybe. I don't have any different picture. Great. So let's publish it, and now I won't see any error. Great, it's published, and in the documents I would be able to see 2 documents which I created just now. Great. So yeah, let me delete both of these and I'll create a fresh document. So yeah, this picture will be published, and let me write a meaningful title: keyframes animation. Yeah, sorry, use framer motion to create keyframes. Great. And what I want to do is I commented one part in my add new design. Okay, I want to go to dashboard. Let me do that. So if I click on publish, I should be able to go back to dashboard. Great, but I'm not able to see designs over here, right? So let's do that. So in my dashboard page, what I can do is I can have one use effect, and it will run whenever this component is mounted. So I can call over here fetch designs, right? And fetch designs, it will be an asynchronous function. Okay, I can set some kind of loading as well. Set loading true, set loading false, and here I'll get records await. Let's create this function in our provider function. Let me close all the files. So let me go back to my provider component, and here let's create one function which will which will fetch the designs from Appwrite database. So you can write const fetch designs from Appwrite, right? And let me just copy this, and it will be a synchronous function. It will be, I believe, list documents. Let me see what all parameters are required here. Sorry. So yeah, database collection and then queries. So you can have process.env.next public database ID, process.env.next public design collection ID, and then we can write queries inside it. Okay, although we might have to write queries because we only want to fetch designs of a particular user. So we can write okay, so we will be having 2 types of calls over here. Like here we want to show all the designs, and here we only want to show your own designs. Okay, so we can have some kind of user ID here, which will be obviously by default empty, and we can have something like, if user ID is given, we will fetch designs according to the user ID, else we will return all the designs, right? So in this we will have to use the queries. So let's see in the documentation how to use queries. So basically what I want to do is I want to fetch only the designs which my user has created, And in some cases it might be possible that I don't want a particular user record, but I want all the designs, right? So that's why these two conditions are there. If user is provided, I only want to fetch that user's designs, otherwise all designs, right? So let's see how to add queries. Okay, yeah, we can go to queries and let's see some example. So yeah, I think we might have to write something like this. Let me copy it, and here you can have something like this, I believe, and here you can write query. Great. Where it was, yeah. So here how would I use it? Query equal, okay, sorry, I will have to use this one, not that one. So you can write, yeah, so here you can write user ID, and here as well you can write user ID. Let me check the column name whether it is correct or not. So it's capital U. Okay, so I believe it should work. Let me expose this function. Great. And in your dashboard page you can use this. So you can have const use app context, right? And here you can use this. After this await, you can write fetch designs from app, right? Great. So we can do one thing. So whenever page loads, by default you will be on this page, right? So that means you have to fetch all the designs. Okay, so let me first log it in the console whether it is coming or not to verify. If I inspect, so wait a second, set loading is not defined. Okay, let me do this first. Initially it will be false, and you can have, okay, so here you can do one thing, like if it's loading, what you can do is, yeah, you can basically show some kind of span element and say loading, else you can have that component which you had is loading is not defined. Okay, it might be just loading, I believe. Great. So we can have class name minus empty 1412. Great. So as you can see, when I refresh it, I see some kind of loading, and then obviously, so yeah, we are getting documents. Great. So you can write const final records dot, okay, so we have documents. You can write like this as well, documents, and if you don't get it, just have an empty array. Great. So yeah, that should work fine. And we also this one seems fine, I believe. And what you can do is you can have const final records, set final records or designs, whatever name you want to give. So initially obviously it will be empty, and when you got the records, I want to set this to this state, right? And let me give it different name, otherwise we'll be confused, right? So I'll pass this to my designs component, so I can write final records, right? And also we want to do one thing. When I click on this function, your designs, I want to call one more function. So you can have, you can write get user designs, right? So let's do that. So you can do const get user designs. Obviously it will be async function, And again, same thing, you can copy, but instead here now you will pass the user ID. And how to get user ID, you already know it. So you can copy this from here. So yeah, you just need to import this function from your app context. Yeah, I believe it should work. Let's see. You can also try it here. Like if I do this, again, you should be able to see. Wait, let me refresh it. Okay. Although I'm not able to see anything. Why? Let me check in the network tab. API is getting called, right? Okay. Yeah. API is getting called. Okay. Although we removed the console log, that's why we were not able to see it. That is fine. Great. So yeah, we have all these records here. Let's do one thing. Yeah, let's go to this component and use this. Great. Let me copy this and let me go to this component. And here we can do one thing. We can take this inside this prop final records, and we can write here, if we have final records length equal to 0, then show this whatever I was showing, else I want to show different thing, right? So yeah, let me refresh it. And yeah, so let me check my designs. So it will be something like this. You have a basically this picture, and then the profile picture of username. Okay, got it. So basically we have to do two things. Currently we are only fetching the designs, but we also have to fetch the user detail. Although I think we can do that. Okay guys, I thought of one idea. What we can do is, let's do this thing. Like when we are getting all the records here, right? Let's loop over all these records and find out a unique user ID, right? So we can have kind of like user IDs, and it can be like maybe a set. How do we create set here? I believe it's set. Yeah. So what we can do is we can loop over all the records using map or for each, and it'll give me this item. And what I can do is I can get the user ID, item dot user ID, and I can just simply push it inside this set that I have, right? And I'll always contain the unique user ID. What I can do is I can let's have one more state over here, which can be user records. Set a user records, and it will be a object. So its key will be user ID, and value will be object containing all its information like profile picture and all that stuff, right? So what we can do is, after creating this, we can have one handle, or maybe create user records list or object. So you can provide the user IDs over here, and what you can do is let's create this function, create user records object. It will contain user IDs, and obviously it will be a asynchronous function, and you can directly call. Okay, so first of all, let's create this function. Okay, so I mean, we have two options, whether we can directly pass this user ID and fetch all the users, right? Or maybe we can fetch it one by one, but that will be a very long process. Let's do one thing. Let's keep it as array only. And what we will do is we will create one function. Let's say its name will be fetch users, and here we will directly pass these user IDs, right? And it'll give us some const records, right? And it will just set the user records to this records. I believe that should work fine. Also, let's try to log it to the console. Then write console.log records. We haven't created this function fetch users, so let me write it here. We will be importing it from our app context, and let me create it in my provider as well. So yeah, update user, where it is. Okay, so after this function we can create this function which will fetch users. So you can write const fetch users, and it'll take user IDs which will be by default empty, and you can write the same try catch block, and if any error occurs we want to show the error alert, and we can write, I believe you can just simply copy it, and this will be changed to list documents. This will be asynchronous function. Right, I believe, let me see how many parameters are required in it. So yeah, we just need to provide the queries over here, so you can use this. I believe it should work exactly the same way. So I can copy it and paste it over here, and here you can just directly provide your user IDs, right? And you can return this const or you can say, yeah, that is fine, right? You can return the records, and here also you will have two conditions, like if I got the user IDs then I'll do this, otherwise I'll don't provide any query over here, right? And let me expose it here so that it's available in all the components. So you can write fetch users, and here, yeah, now it should work fine. Let me save it and let's see. So if I refresh it, I should be able to see two queries over here. Let's see this one. Wait, documents. Okay, this one is returning my designs, although I don't see. Wait, in the console, let me check, is anything logged? Okay, it's not. There might be some issue. Let's see. So what I was doing is, when I was fetching designs, okay, I did a mistake basically. Okay, got it. So basically we did a right change, but this function only gets called when I'm here, right? So then only, okay, as you can see, query is not valid, attribute not found in schema user ID. Great, not an issue. So basically this function which we created, these commands which we created, it will be in both the functions, here as well and where we were fetching all the records, right? So here as well you can write the same code, and when we try to refresh it, let's see. So we are getting query not valid, attribute not found in schema user ID. Okay, 62 line. Okay, let me see the network tab. Some error is coming. So okay, let me first try to print this. You can write console.log user IDs. Let me check what we are getting exactly over here, then we will be able to know. So 54 line, right? Let me refresh it. If I refresh it, and although we don't see anything, 64th line. Okay, we're not able to see this. Why? Okay, sorry. We should do this here in the fetch designs, I believe. Yeah, let me try to log it over here and let's see. Okay, so I'm getting this. Okay, as you can see, undefined is over here. Right. Let's see what could be the issue. Okay, first of all, this should be capital U. It should not be small u. Here also you can change it. I believe that was the only issue. Yeah, as you can see, I am getting the user ID, but we need to do one more thing. We need to convert this into list, right? So what we can do is, I believe, Mm, yeah, I think we can convert this user ID is equal to array dot from, and I believe we can provide the set here and it will convert the array, I believe. Let me just copy this and paste it here as well. Let's see. So let me refresh it, and cannot reassign. Okay, sorry, it should be not declared as const, so we can do that change in both the functions. Yeah, let's see. So although I am getting an array but not getting any ID inside it. Okay, it might be that this function is wrong. Array dot, let me check what is the function. Array, like how do we create array using set? Okay, let's check it. Let's ask it from ChatGPT, I guess. So create array from set in JavaScript. Will it give in JavaScript? Create array from set in JavaScript. Right, I do believe there should be some kind of function. Okay, yeah, I mean they're doing the same thing, I was doing the same thing, but still it didn't work. That is strange. Convert the set into an array using the spread operator. Okay, let's try to use this. I mean this didn't work, so maybe we can write like this: user IDs, maybe. I'm not sure. Let's see. Here as well you can write same thing. So let's see. Okay, yeah, as you can see I'm getting the correct array this time. Array.from was not working, I don't know why, but this is quite strange. Okay, query not valid, attribute not found in schema. Okay, in my provider I guess I must have written wrong. It's user ID. Okay, this seems fine. Okay, got it. Wait, where it is? Fetch users. I mean this seems fine. Okay, let me refresh once again, and you would notice that I'm getting the empty array. Okay, so the reason behind this is I'm using the wrong variable, so it should be final records one over here in the fetch designs function. In the next function, which gives me the only users design variable, here also I believe it's wrong, so let me correct it here as well. Okay, great. So let me refresh it and wait. Yeah, query not valid, attribute not found in schema, user ID. Okay, let's see what we are doing mistake. We might be doing some mistake, I guess. So yeah. Great. Okay, got it. So basically I think I got the error, I believe. Yeah, in the users collection we don't have user ID, right? Its name is document ID. I believe it should just be a $ID here, I believe. And yeah, let's try this one. Yeah, so we were doing a small mistake that we wrote user ID, but instead it should be $ID, and we are getting the user, as you can see inside document. Yeah, so we only have one user for now. Great. So what we can do is where we got the users list, right? And it was where create user records object. Let me go here. Great. We can do one thing. So currently we are storing an array right here. Great. Let's take it as an object, and what we will do is we will create one object, right? And we will loop over. We can write records dot for each. It will be records dot documents dot for each and item. So basically what I want to do is I want to keep item dot we can say $ID equal to the whole item, I would say, and just simply set it, right? So yeah, that should work fine. You can also log it to the console to check whether it is working fine or not. Great. So yeah, so basically we want something like this where key is ID and it has all the values of the user. So basically that will help us easily whenever we are creating designs component. So let's try to use it. So what we will do is we will pass in our designs component user records as well. Great. Let's take this as a prop in our designs component here. And let's try to create our design page now. So yeah, let's go back to our designs. Let's try to create a similar page like this. Great. So we have a image section, then we have this division where, you know, all these things are there, right? Let's do that. So what we can do is it will be div class name and then it will be grid, I believe. Grid calls 3 columns are fine. Gap around 10 pixels or 10. Okay. So what we will do is we will have one more div over here. Okay, basically we can have a loop because we already have a final records, right? So we can write final records dot okay, sorry, let's use curly braces again. You can write final records dot map. It will give you some item and you can have one div over here, right? So here let me just use, so inside every item I have title, right? Let me see whether it is working or not. Great. I'm able to get the keyframe animation, which is the title of my first document. It is working fine. But what I do want is, so the first thing I want is, let's create this as a flex column. Space can be vertically 3. So the first will be image, right? Okay. And the second will be a div which will contain a span, not span, I would say. You can give class name flex space x4. You can have a div over here inside it as well. You can give space between, I believe, or justify between. You can write justify between. Great. Let me just comment image for now. And inside this div, so the first div contains profile picture. You can write image source. Okay, this one will be for the profile picture of user. Second is the name, which you can directly get. You can write user, it will be a span, and you can write user records. So here you need to pass the ID, which you will get from item dot user ID, right? And from it we just want to get the name, right? Okay. We are getting the name, as you can see, Aman Kumar. Great. And in the next div I do want one heart icon. I can give, for now I can keep 0 likes because I haven't implemented likes feature, right? Let me see in the designs. Okay, so icon is first, so you can directly go here and import from lucide react. Icon name would be heart, I believe. Great. And let's use it. Great. Heart is coming. Let's make it a little smaller. W maybe 4. I don't know. Okay, seems fine. And it will be flex space x2 or 3, right? It looks nice. Space x1 would be nice. So great. And yeah, okay. What we can do is, for this div, let me have w full and height around, I don't know, maybe 200 pixels. Let's have bg white. Great. And have text gray. I'm just doing this for testing purposes because I was not able to see the division. So let me have some rounded borders over it. Okay, but why it is coming here? It should come somewhat here, right? Let me inspect it first. So okay, grid was working fine. Okay, it's happening because of justify center. We need to remove the justify center, or maybe we can do one thing. We can make this width full, I believe. So what you can do is you can have w full. That should work fine. Great. Okay, now it's working fine. Let's have height. Okay, this one, maybe 500 pixels. It's too much. 350 pixels or 300 would be fine. Great. So yeah, now we need to add two things in the designs. You see we have one image, and then I mean both images, like design image and profile image. Name and icons are coming. Yeah, we just need to add the image. So let's do that. So what we can do is let's try to import over here. Let's see. So what we can do is we can write const and use app. You can use app context, and from this I want to get pick preview, I believe. Let me check. It's get pick preview only, right? Yeah. Now what I'll do is, I believe I can directly write as get pick preview and item dot it's, let me check the name of the column. It's design pick. So I believe it should work, but yeah, that's not asynchronous. So what we can do is, let me think about it. Okay, so let's do one thing. What we can do is maybe we can include this inside one component. So let's have image component, and there you just need to provide the image ID, right? And yeah, that seems fine. Or maybe you can write it as what do I write? It will be the design image component. Great. So let's write it as design image component, and let's create this function. You can write const design image component, and it will take image ID, right? And it will have use effect as well, which will run once, and it will find the you can say, okay, let's have one state as well, which will be const pick set pick use state. Initially it will be empty, all obviously, and find pick URL, right? And it will return me one image src, right? And it will have pick. Okay, so what we can do is we can have, okay, let's create this function find pick URL. So basically what this function will do is it will just simply call const URL await, and yeah, basically this one. You can just simply take it and write it over here, and you can write get pick preview, and you can pass this pick not pick, you would say image ID, which we are getting as a prop, right? And this will be asynchronous function. And let me see, image ID we haven't passed it, so I can write item, and what was the name of it? Design pick, I believe. Let's save it and let's see whether it is coming or not. Cannot read properties of name. Okay, where we have written this, okay, maybe we can write it like this as well, I believe. Use state is not defined. Okay, let me import first use state and use effect, right? So I believe image should come, let's see, but it's not coming. Let me try to inspect it first, whether the network call went or not, right? So we passed design pick, right? Let me, okay, I think I know, actually I didn't set pick to the URL which we got, right? So that's why it didn't come. Great, now it's coming. So when I click on refresh, it'll take some time obviously, but now the image is already cached, so that's why we are seeing it very fast. Great. So yeah, let's wrap this up. We can go back to our designs component, and yeah, let's remove this thing which we did, bg white and all. Great. So we'll be basically able to see an image. Okay, user profile picture is not coming. We will do the same thing. We can do the same thing. So I mean, you can create maybe one more component as well here. So you can have user image component, and you can give image ID again, same. And you can, so how to get a user profile pic? I think you can use this same thing, and instead of passing name, we will pass the profile picture. So let me see what is the column name. So you can go to your users collection, and the column name is profile pic. Great. So let me save it, and let me try to create this component. Can have this component, and which will take again same props, and let's try to use this same logic. Great. Let's see. Missing required parameter file ID. Okay, we must have done some mistake, I believe. Let me see. So image ID. Great. Let me try to log it to the console whether we are actually getting this or not. Image ID. Okay, great. Let me inspect it first in the network tab in the console, I believe. Okay, let me refresh it, and from the 61 line we are getting undefined. Okay, this one is not getting passed. Let's see why it's happening. Okay, I got it, because what is exactly happening is like this, it might be possible that user records haven't been fetched yet, right? So that can be the case. So what we can do is we can basically do this on image ID rather than doing it on this. Similarly here as well, we can have image ID in the dependency array. That would work fine. If I refresh it now, I won't see any error, I believe. 61 line again. Okay, still it's an error. Let's see. Okay, also you have to write here, if image ID you have, then only I need to do this, right? Great. Here as well you need to write this same thing, that if you have an image ID, then only do this, otherwise don't do this. So let's see, if I refresh now, it should not show me an error, hopefully, and I'm able to see my profile picture. Let's decrease its width, so you can have class name width 12 h12 rounded full. Great. And it should be in the same row. So what you can do is you can have class flex space x3, I believe, or 2 items center. And let's have a small profile picture, maybe around 5. That would be nice. 6 would be nice, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Great. It's looking nice. And also there's a lot of margin over here, so let's decrease that. So what you can do is you can go up, and let's see. Okay, let me see whether it is happening because of this or something else. Okay, where is margin? Maybe it's happening because of justify center. No. Okay, I got it. This designs component, maybe it's happening because of this. So let's have empty 10 over here. Yeah, nice. So we are able to see the designs, and in your designs also it will be same. Okay, we are getting some kind of error. Let's try to solve this. If I inspect, and in the console, okay, network. Okay, let me go back. New designs. Okay, I haven't implemented the click functionality for new designs, so let's do that as well. If I go back to my dashboard page, okay, I have to do this similar thing like here as well. When I click on new designs, it should set the active nav to new designs, as well as it should also call this function, which was where it is. Yeah, this one, fetch designs. So we can have it called over here, right? Let's see. So if I click on your designs, it is giving me some error. We have to fix it, but if I go back, it should work as expected, which is fine. Okay, but this one is not working. Let's debug that, why it is not working. So yeah, this query is not working fine, which basically I believe what it does is it must be the user pick query, I guess. Let's see. So in the console, I see I'm getting this empty array from 56 line. Okay, so okay, this one is not working fine. Let's see what is the issue over here. So console log user IDs. Okay. Let's try to print it as well. I believe this one is not coming, final records one. Okay, although now it came, it is a very strange issue. Only for the first time it's not working. Let's try to debug it. So we printed in the 49 line, right? Where it is 48 line. Okay, we are getting empty array. So what could be the issue? User ID. Let's see. I'm not sure why it's happening. Let me console to the log user ID as well. So if I refresh and click on your designs, some strange issues happening, like user IDs I'm getting, records. Okay, let me try to print records as well. It is kind of very strange issue. And also don't write this, although I mean it's fine, not an issue. So if I refresh and go to your designs, okay, as you can see I'm getting undefined in 48 line. Okay, so that means this one is not working. That is strange. Fetch designs from Appwrite, although I'm calling it here as well. Here it is working fine. Let's go back to provider and let me check something. Okay, as you can see I forgot to return response over here. That's why this error was coming, which is fine. Okay, now this error won't come. Let me refresh it. If I go back to your designs, it should work as expected. Great, I'm able to see my designs, right? So yeah, I believe our page is working fine. If I go back and log in with some other user, I should be able to see the another record over here. Should we try that? Sure, let's try that. Although I forgot to make logout functionality, we should also make it. Okay, should we? Okay, let's create logout functionality as well. But before that, let's see what is pending now. We are able to see the designs. So here all designs will come, and here your designs will come. Although currently here only I believe new designs should come, but for now I'm showing the all designs, right? I'll leave it. I will leave this as assignment to you guys, like how you can basically show the latest designs over here, right? Which users are creating. Currently it's showing all the designs which I'm fetching, because as you can see text says new designs, so you should be able to fetch the designs, only the latest one. But although you might not be able to do it yet, because that is the issue, right? Because in designs collection you would see I'm not storing any date time, right? So basically you have to store some other field over here which says when this design was created, and using that design you can show your, you would say, basically you can compare the date time with the today's date time, and those designs which comes in today, you can show all those designs here as well, I believe. I mean, I'll leave it up to you as an assignment. You can think about it. So basically you have to add one more column over here which says like when this design was created, and you will have to do some kind of calculation on that created at property and only show the latest designs over here, right? For now I'll just change this section to maybe your all designs. That would sounds good, I believe. So we can go back to dashboard and new designs can be changed to all designs, right? Yeah, for now let's just keep it as all designs so that you don't get confused. So currently I'm only fetching all the designs from the Appwrite database, and your designs will only contain your own database, your own designs, right? So now how many things are pending? So the first thing is pending, like when we click on this, we should be able to see this kind of page, the profile pic, this picture of design in big height and width, and then you should be able to see the title, user detail, and the description, right? Also, I have not made footer in any of the pages, so yeah, I'll leave that as an assignment to you guys as well. So it's a very simple component. You can create it as a component inside your components directory, and yeah, you can add it in all the pages. Okay, so yeah, you can design footer. So the two pages which are pending now, this page, when I click on any design, I should be able to see this page, and the second thing which I need to design is this work section. So currently you see when I go to profile page, I'm not able to see the designs. So that thing I need to make, right? Let's go back, and yeah, so let's make this first. So what we can do is we can create one folder over here which says design, and inside it we can create one more folder which says id, and inside it you can create one page.js, right? And let me try to write like this, and we can have you can say design page, right? Let's go to this page and let's see. So basically when I click on this, it should redirect me to some kind of design and then design id, right? Great. So let me copy the designs. What we can do is, wait, we can go to dashboard and copy the same design which we had, this one, and paste it in our design page. All right, great. And yeah, so basically what we will do is we will get this design id from the URL and make a API call to our Appwrite database and get this design, right? So that's pretty simple. So I think in NextJS how you do it is like you have some kind of params over here. Let me try to print this params. I believe from params you can get this design id. Let's see, I'm not sure. Let me check it first. Okay, it's not like that. Okay, let me go to NextJS documentation. I'll definitely find some solution over there. So in routing we have dynamic routes. I need to check how do I get it. Like they have also created a similar thing, right? They have inside blog, then slug, and then page.ts, and then they have params.slug. Great. I was also doing the same thing. I believe we have this param, but it's not printing. That is strange. I should be able to get this. It's params.id. I should be able to get this, but I'm not able to get this. Okay, so we were not able to get the params. So what we can do is I was searching it and I found out that we can use this use params hook. So let's use that. So what you can do is you can remove all these things, we don't need it, and let's remove this as well. So what you can do is you can write const params and you can use this use params hook, which you can get from next navigation. And here you can let's log it to the console first, right? And yeah, it will only work in the client component, so you need to use client. Great. So let me refresh it and you will see we are getting this object where the id is there, right? And we only need id, so you can write let id const id is equal to params dot id. That should work, right? Great. Now in the use effect, what I'll do is I'll call this function to fetch designs details, right? You can call this function, which will be a synchronous function, and we want to maybe set some kind of loading as well to true, set loading to false, and inside it I'll just simply get the design. You can write a wait. So in the context provider, I might have one function to fetch the designs. Let me see in the provider function, which was in the context. Yeah. So we have fetch designs from Appwrite. I believe it should work. Let me see if there is any other function which I've created. Okay. I do have one thing missing over here. Like if I pass a particular design ID, that case is not handled, right? So we can handle that case as well. Like if I pass design ID, and yeah, inside this maybe we can use it. So if I get a design ID, right, then what should happen? So basically this will have again a similar query, something like this, and wherein you can just simply write $ID, and this should exactly match to design ID, right? I believe it should work. So let's see. So what we can do is we can use this same function. We can import this. You can write use app context, and here you can write fetch designs, fetch designs from Appwrite, and here you can pass the ID, right? Let me try to print it to see whether it is working or not. So you can write design.documents. Let's see. So I'm getting one error. What is that error? Set loading is not defined. Okay, not an issue. Let's create this. You can write loading, set loading, use state false. Okay, let's also use it here as well. If it is in loading state, I want to show loading, else I will show designs, right? Let's see. So if okay, it's not imported yet, so you can press control space and automatically import it. Use effect is also okay, it's there. Great. So although I didn't get any designs, it's empty. So you can write one thing over here. Okay, let's create one more state as well, which will be design designs, set designs, use state, and you can have it as an empty array, and whenever you're getting designs you can set this state, right? And you can do one thing here, you can check a condition. So you can write here if let me think. So you can write designs dot length equal to 0, then I'll just simply write key no design for this ID. Okay, else I'll just simply show for now design. Okay, right, so no design for this ID. Great, because we have entered a dummy ID, right? So let's fix this first. So what I want to do is when I click on this, I should be routed to that particular URL with that particular ID, right? So let's do that. So you can go to your dashboard page and okay, yeah, in designs component. So you're showing your design like this, right? So you can wrap it up in your link, and you can take all of this and let's move it up. Wait, yeah, great. And this link will basically take us to where? It will take us to design, and it will take us to item dot, I believe, $ID, right? Let's test it. Link is not defined, you can auto import it. Great, let me save it, and yeah, when I click on this it should redirect me to this. It's correct, although I'm not able to see any designs. That might be an issue. Let's see why it's happening. So it's 65056DE. Let me check. So I have document ID ending with 956, but it's different. That is strange. Okay, let me go back. I got these designs. Okay, this one is the user. This one must give me designs. Okay, I haven't printed that, I guess. Not an issue. So in the documents, wait, let me check in the preview. Okay, which one it is? Let me refresh it once and let me check the documents over here which I'm getting. So preview project documents. Okay, so ID is matching or not? It's 956 in the end. Okay, it's matching, but why do I'm getting the wrong ID then? It is quite strange. Design pick. Strange. I don't know why it's happening, but it's quite strange actually. Let me do click again here, and 956. Okay. I believe ID is same, but we're not getting any document from it. Why though? In the payload it's getting, I must have written wrong query, I guess, not sure. Okay, got it. I think I got it, what is happening. So my function which basically pass this ID, where it is, so I pass ID. Okay, so basically you can see I have two parameters here, user ID and design ID. So the first I need to provide empty, and then second will go as an ID, right? So now it's working fine, and now I just need to show this. As you can see, I'm getting this design. Great. So yeah, let's make a component over here. So what we can do is we can have one div over here, right? And we can have class name width full, padding 2, right? And let's see. So the first thing which we need to do is, make this image. For this we can use the same which we have used in designs component. You can copy this, I believe, and use it. Great. I think I should create components for it, right? Otherwise I would have to repeat the code again and again. So what you can do is you can move all this code in a component maybe. For now I'm just copying this code, but yeah, you can do this change, guys. What you need to do is basically you just need to make components for this and store this inside this components. Otherwise you'll have to do similar thing which I'm doing right now, copying this code in this file as well, which is not a good idea, I believe, right? So yeah, okay, let's use this. So what we can do is where it is, yeah, so here you need to pass image ID. How I will get it? You will get it from designs 0 and then design pick. Yeah, that should work. Let's see. So I'm able to get the design pick, right? You can have it a little bit modified, like let's say I want it a little bit rounded, so I can have that. Great. And also I want it width full. Great. Now do a little change. Let's have it as flex column, and space between them will be around maybe 3, and below this I'll have one div which will contain user details. So you can have flex. In the designs, let's see how it is. So basically you have to show something like okay, so first is title and then user details, right? Also I do believe that user should come above. This design is quite wrong maybe. Basically this title should have come over here and this should have come over here. I believe that would have made more sense. right? Yeah, that makes sense. Great. Although okay, that this is fine. Great. So let's make this user component. So what you can do is so inside this division I want one more div. Great. So this div will contain the this, what do I say, user image, right? Sorry, you can write user image and it will contain some kind of image, and second it will contain user details. So you can have a h1 sorry you can have one span element which contains the name, and then you can have one paragraph which contains the bio, right? Great. So how will I get this user details? So let's do that. I think we can do that here only. So let's have one user component or user state, I would say. Initially obviously it would be empty object, and here you can write if designs length greater than 0, then let designs 0. And what I want to do is I want to get the user ID. You can write let design one user ID, and now I'll basically call the function by using which I can access the user detail. So its function name was fetch users, right? So I can use this function here. Let me import it first. So you can write fetch users, you can write let response await fetch users, and inside this you can pass your user ID, right? And you can set user to this response. I believe it should work. Let me first try to log it to the console to see what exactly is happening in this response. So if I do that, okay, let me try to first of all comment all these things which I wrote. Where it is, let me comment this first, and yeah, let me inspect it. And in the console, where it is, I didn't get any. So this didn't work, right? 30 line. Let me again refresh it. Where it is, 30 line, I'm not getting. That is strange. So this function is called when okay, this is loaded, right? Okay, got it. Basically it should be design dot documents, sorry, design dot, you can store it, I believe, let all designs, yeah, you can store it here, and then you can use this variable wherever you want to use it. So you can write like this, I believe. Yeah, now it'll work fine. So in the 30th line, yeah, we are getting this user detail. Great. So let's do that. So response.documents, nice. Now here I can use it now. I want to pass user. Okay, also do one more thing. Yeah, user 0, and then I want to get what is the detail? It's profile pic. I believe it should work. Let's see. Great, profile picture is coming. Now it's fine. Here I want to get name, great. Let's decrease this image, sorry, increase, not decrease. Right, it's looking nice. So what we can do is we can first of all let's add more spacing. It's coming very tightly. And after that, let's add some space here, space x4 maybe. Great. And yeah, let's give more space, maybe around 10. Yeah. And here as well you can write class name flex column and space y, maybe around 2. Yeah. And this one can be a little smaller, so you can write text sm and text gray around maybe 500. Great. So we have almost made similar to this. Right side in there we have likes. So currently we haven't implemented likes, so we will be writing 0 likes for now. I'm thinking to leave this likes functionality to you guys. As I've said earlier, it will be a great learning experience for you guys. So yeah, you can figure it out how you can implement likes functionality, right? So let me check. I must have likes over here, I guess. Hurt. Great. So I have to import this icon, and now I'll be able to use it. So what we can do is, here you can have one more div, and you can have one span over here, says 0, and the hurt icon, class name flex, and mr auto, maybe ml auto. Okay, wait, this should be class name width maybe 4. Great, but it's coming beneath. Let's see why is that. Okay, because I made it as a flex column. Okay, got it. Basically this should not come here, this should come after this, I believe. Yeah, and this like should be in the right hand side. That means this ml auto didn't work. So let me see. What we can do is, wait, I always get confused with this ml auto and mr auto. Maybe we can do, let me see whether we have float functionality. I wanted to float, right? Okay, okay, I think I got it. I haven't set any width to it, that's why, I believe. And now ml auto should work, I believe. Still okay, let me inspect it. What is the issue? I'm not sure. So if I go here, okay, inside this we have this, and ml auto is not working. Why though? Maybe it's happening because of flex. If I remove the flex, let's see what happens. No, it's not happening because of flex. It is something different issue. No, I don't know. So let's do one thing. What we can do is, let's make this justify between, right? And yeah, and what we can do is we can have some spacing. So you can have ml 10 maybe. That is too much. ml 4. Okay, now this seems to work fine. Let's have space x3 or 2. Great. So user information is completed. Now we need to add title and description, and this footer I have given you as an assignment, so you can do that. So let's do this. Okay, we just need to make title, right? So what we can do is, after this div we can have one more div, and that will basically have one h1 element which will have designs 0. It will have title, then it will have one paragraph with the description. Right, so let's see. Yeah, I'm able to see the title and description. Let me just keep it a little bigger, so you can write font semi bold and text XS. You can write text LG 4XL, and we can have class name flex column space y4. Great. So in this page you will be able to see the picture, user details, and this. Right. Let me give some padding bottom, I believe. Great. So yeah, it seems to look good, although I haven't given any description in detail, so that's why it's coming very less. So yeah, our page is completed. Let's go back, and yeah, if you click on it, you'll be redirected to this page where you can see the designs page. Now the only thing pending is, let me see, you're not able to see your work here, right? So I mean, that is also same. I mean, either I can leave it to you as an assignment. It's pretty simple, right? The same which we have done over here. We can again make an API call and, you know, show the designs over here, right? It's pretty straightforward. Also we need to make the logout functionality. It's not there, so let's do that as well. So what we will do is, let me go back to Shadcn UI, and we will use maybe menu. Let me see. I think we have to use this. Okay, let's go to drop down menu, and yeah, we have to use something similar to this. So yeah, let's do this. So what we can do is, we can, let's see. So let's first add this and we'll see. So you can go back to your VS Code, and in your new terminal you can, you know, paste this and install this drop down menu, and then we'll use it. So after it is installed, we just have to use it in this way, I believe. So yeah, let me just copy it, and here in your design, not design page, it will be in the layout navigation bar where you are showing the profile picture, right? Where it is here. Great. So what we can do is, yeah, let me first import it, and let's use this. So we can have this before our profile picture, so let me do that. And inside, basically this will be, this whole component will be inside this wrapper, and let's close it. Right, and let's create this drop down content. So let's copy this, and after trigger, I believe you can write this. So let's test it. If I click on it, you see we are getting this kind of thing, right? So also it's coming like very right. I need to show it somewhat here, so we'll do that later. So first is this profile, my profile, it seems fine. And then I also want one logout button. Let me see if we have any. Okay, we don't have. So what we can do is, we can attach one link to it, I believe, and this link will basically take us to profile page. Let's test it first, and let me remove this. Great. So if I click on my profile, it is redirecting me to the profile page, right? So okay, logout button is not there. You can take it, you can copy it, and you can have one logout button, right? So basically it will have an on click function, and that will handle the logout, right? It's not yet created, we will create it later, or let's create it. I mean, if you want to, you can do that. So right, handle logout, it will be asynchronous function, and it will just call the logout function, which we will get from app context. We haven't created this function. Let's create this function first. You can go to provider, And in the last, let's create this. You can write const logout async function, and you can write await. You can write account dot, let's see, is there any logout function, or delete session. Maybe delete session is used for logout. Let's see. What we can do is we can go to documentation, and in account, let's go there and let's see how to log out. I believe we might have to use delete session, not sure. Let's see. So in delete session, yeah, I think this should work. Let's see. So we can write delete session, and it needs this current session ID. I believe current, if we pass current, it will delete this session. Let me check. Also, we haven't implemented one thing, like anyone can go to dashboard, right? Anyone can go to, even if the user is not logged in, he'll still be able to. Okay, so we got one error. Logout is not defined. Okay, so okay, first of all, let's export this. You can write logout, and in the layout, we were calling it, right? So let's first try to use this function, and when I click on logout, okay, you need to also do one thing, redirect, right? Router dot, let me import router over here. Import use router from from next navigation, right? And let's declare this router, and in the logout function you can write router dot push, and you can go back to the slash, right? So let's see if I do it, although I won't be able to log out because I don't have any user ID. Okay, I see a lot of issues because I have actually logged out, right? So let me log in first, then you will be able to see the difference. So if I log in again using the same account which I created, and if I click sign in, and yeah, I'm able to see my designs. But if I click on logout, I should be redirected to slash, which is happening, but some error is there. Let's see. Okay, maybe you can do one thing. You can use here question mark, I believe. So let's do that. Wait, yeah, because you won't be able to get the logged in user because user is not logged in, right? So that's why this is getting failed. It's in which profile page? Go there and user dot, okay, get current user. I mean, you can write like this, I guess, and I believe this whole thing can go into an condition like if user ID I got, then only I want to do this, right? I believe that should work fine. Let's see if I log in, aman@gmail.com. If I sign in, I signed in successfully, and if I log out, yeah, no error is coming, so it's working fine. Great. And yeah, let's sign in again. Logout functionality is working fine. Now we need to make a small change, and that small change is like no one should be able to go to dashboard if the user is not logged in, right? As you can see, the current user is not authorized to perform the requested action. Although I am getting an error, but still I should not be able to go to this page in the first place. So what we can do is we can do, like in the protected we had this layout section, I believe, and here you can I think I'm using it, get current user. Okay guys, I've changed this code a little bit. I was trying to debug it. So what I did is, like in my provider, you see inside my catch block, I just wrote that if user is not logged in, just simply route that user to slash, right? And from here I just removed all the code which I wrote. It was not necessary. Okay, you can also check this code from the repository as well. I'll be pushing this code. So right now, if you see, if I go to any page, like let's say profile page, I'll be redirected to slash, right? If I go to dashboard, it'll show me some kind of error because some API calls are happening in the behind, which I was debugging. Like actually what is happening, because like we have to wait here, we are not waiting actually. So maybe we can do one thing, like we can have some kind of condition over here. Let's think about it. So what we can do is maybe we can wait for this loading state, right? Loading and this user state, I believe, and we are setting this user. Okay, let's set this user here. You can set user, right? And yeah, let's do this. So what you can do is, if user is not there, and like if user is there and loading, or you can just simply write, I believe, if user is there, just return this. I believe that should work fine, right? And yeah, that should work fine, I believe. Let's go. And if I write dashboard, yeah, it's redirecting me to the dashboard again. But yeah, similarly, if I go to profile page as well, it's redirecting me to the, like here you can see there's some kind of delay, like you're able to see full white page, right? You can improve that as well. Maybe you can show some kind of loading as well. I'll leave it as an assignment to you, where you just need to write else condition over here, and in that else condition you can show some kind of loading if you want. Let's log in and let's test it. If I log in, I should be able to see the dashboard, right? I'm able to see the dashboard. And if I go to profile page, I'm able to see my profile. Great, I'm able to edit it. Okay, let's go back. If I go to view designs, I'm able to see the designs as well. Great, it's working fine. Great. So yeah, in this way you can implement login logout functionality, I believe. And also we implemented this functionality where if user is not logged in, he'll be redirected to slash homepage, right? So I believe almost everything we have covered. So only these only two things are missing. So first thing is footer. I'll leave it as an assignment to you guys, and this likes functionality, right? It's pretty simple. What you can do is basically whenever you click on likes, just have one column in your database. Inside let me show you, inside designs, like you can have one more column which says likes. So initially it will be 0. So whenever you click on it, you can basically make an API call and increase this likes or decrease this. Okay, so I'll leave it as an assignment to you guys. Now the only thing pending is this, where you show your work. So yeah, let's do that and let's wrap this video up. It's already taken too long, right? So let's do this. What we need to do is we need to make an API call over here. Let's go to profile page, and here what I need to do is let me see the provider. We have this function. Its name is fetch designs from Appwrite, right? And after a user is fetched, I got the user ID. I'll fetch all its design as well. Fetch all designs of user. I can pass user ID over here. Let me call this function. It will be a synchronous function, and you can write over here const records is equal to fetch designs from Appwrite, and inside it you can pass the user ID, I believe. Console.log records.documents. Let's see whether I'm getting or not. In the console I should be able to see the records from 42 line. It's coming undefined string. Okay, I haven't written a wait, right? So let's see, in the 42 line I am getting this object and I'm getting the designs, right? So let's have one state over here which says designs, set designs, and then you can have use state So initially obviously it will be empty array, and here you can set this, set designs records dot documents if it is there, otherwise I'll just keep it empty array. Right, so I believe I already have made a designs component which I can reuse, I believe. Let me see if I can reuse this component. So I need to pass over here final records and user records, right? Okay, not an issue. Let's just copy this and use this for now. In future you can make it reusable. So what I'll do is I'll just simply copy this, because I don't want to show the user component, right? Because you see in my designs as well, like I'm not showing the user picture, I'm only showing the likes. Because why would I want to show it? Because I already know that this is my work, right? So I guess, but yeah, for consistency purpose you can show it, I guess. Let's see. So let me just copy it, and inside my profile page what I can do is here you can write one condition, like if designs dot length equal to 0, then I want to show this, right? Else I'll show this which I copied. Great. And some mistakes will be here, right? Final records will not be here, which will be designs, right? And some other things as well. Link is not defined, so let's define it as well. Sorry, let me save it and let's see if any other mistakes. Design image component, so let me just copy it. Can just copy it and you can have it in your profile page. Let's see if any other error. User image component, yeah, but we don't need it in our case for now. Let's remove it. Let's see. Heart icon is also not there. Let me import it. Great. So yeah, I'm able to see my work. Looks nice. Although I don't know whether I should show likes as well. I don't see any importance in it. I can just simply show my designs, and when user clicks on it, I can see the likes as well, I guess. Let's just remove it for now, and I just show the image only for now. Great. So I believe this looks simple and looks fine. Great. So let's go back to here, and also let's do some improvement in UI now. Almost everything is done. Let's do some little improvements. As you can see, this loading is coming little, at the higher level. So let me close all the editors, and in my dashboard what I can do, let me see where I'm showing the loading. It's in the design component, I believe. So this loading, let me see. Yeah, okay, let me search it where it is loading. Great. So yeah, it can be 5 maybe. Let's see. Yeah, now it's looking fine. Loading. Great. And I didn't verify one thing, like when I click on this, it's redirecting me to the design, right? Great. So yeah, so let me log out, and when I log out, you see, okay, it might not be responsive, I guess. Let me just decrease this, and let's see whether it is responsive or not. I mean, I can leave it as an assignment, but still, let's complete it maybe. Although it's quite responsive, till this width. This video has already become too long. I think I should make this as an assignment again, where you can, basically make this responsive. So yeah, let me know in the comments if you want me to make this responsive. Then I'll make a separate video for it, which will be a next part for this project, right? Because this video has already become too long, I believe, and I don't want to stretch it further. So yeah, now the only remaining part in this is the responsiveness and the other assignments which I gave you, the likes and the footer component which I told you to make. But other than that, everything is completed in it. Like basically you can sign up, create or log in, right? And after signing in. Yeah, also one more thing which needs to be improved is this alert box. So currently I'm showing alert, but you can include toast notifications, right? Great. Let's do one thing. Let me log out and let me create one more account. Right, and when I sign up, I'll be logged in. Oh, okay, I'll be redirected to login page. Let's log in, and when I sign in, I'll be logged in to this where I can see, you know, all the designs and my design, although I won't be having any designs. I'm getting some server error. Let's fix it. It's basically saying undefined documents. Okay, not an issue. You can go to 72 line dashboard page. Let me see. So what is in 72 line? Create user records object. Okay, so although I don't have any records, so that's why it's this error is coming. So what you can do is you can like write maybe like this. This should solve an error, right? Let me do it. Refresh, and yeah, again this error is coming. Let me see. So if I go to network tab, okay, it's basically fetching the user, although it should not be doing it because I don't have any user IDs over here. Okay, I think we can do one thing, like we can like we should only call this function if we have any user IDs, right? If we don't have any user IDs, why would we call it? That's the first thing which we can improve, right? We can write this same logic here as well. If no user are there, then why would we call it, right? Right, so let's see now. I don't think this error will be coming, hopefully. So if we go to your designs, everything should work fine, right? So let's design, let's add a design. Let me go to dribble and, you know, copy some image, maybe this one, and let me just copy or save this image in my desktop as test1, right? Let me take this description, whatever it was, design 1 2, let me just take this one. It was in desktop test1, right? Let me publish it. So file extension is not allowed. Okay, so its extension might be a little different, I guess. Okay, let's see. So what we can do is also, why this error is coming, that is quite strange. My user profile picture has changed. I don't know why. It might be some glitch, I guess. Let me see. So what we can do is, okay, let me take a different picture. This file extension was not allowed. Let me take this one. So if I click save image, let me save it, test2, save it. Okay, I think I got it. It's JPEG extension. What we can do is we can go back to our storage service, and here in your bucket in settings, let me add this extension, right? So you can write .jpeg, right? Let me update it, and now you'll be able to do that whatever you were doing. So yeah, let's take this picture and test1. We can write, I think I pasted it, copied it, sorry. Let me publish it. Now it should publish. File extension not allowed again. Strange. Let me go back again. This should not happen, although that is quite strange. Okay, sorry, I think I wrote dot should not come. Let's write only JPEG, right? I think now it should not give me any error. So let's do this. So if I go back and, you know, add this picture, test design, right? Now it should publish successfully. Let's see. So yeah, I was able to publish the picture successfully, but yeah, some issues are there, like image is not of proper width, so we can fix that. So let's improve it. So what we can do is we can go to our app. So this page is let me check, wait. So this page is dashboard, right? And it's using, I think, designs component page component. So what we can do is we can make this let's say 350 pixels and width can be full, right? But still it's not looking good. Although width is full, that worked fine, but height is not consistent. I think it's happening because of let's see. So where I'm using this design image component, yeah, I have given it let's give it height auto. I believe that should work. Yeah, so let me write 300 would be fine, I guess. Great. And also make it rounded. Great. And also have object cover, object center. Great. Now it looks fine. Only one problem I see is that this profile picture is not coming. It's quite strange. It's happening. Let's see. So there might be some issue with the code changes that we have done recently in the past. Okay, so let's see. Basically let me check how many API calls are getting called. So wait, so this basically gives me the designs document. Yeah, user records API is not getting called, I believe. Let me check. So I'll go to my dashboard and I did some change over here, I believe. Maybe it's happening because of that. So yeah, I did a small mistake over here. It should be user IDs first, and let me check here. Okay, here it's correct. So let's see, it might solve, I guess. No. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me print this. Okay, it's already printed. So in the 33 line I should be able to see user IDs. Okay, I'm able to see the user IDs, but this API didn't. Okay, sorry. It should be greater than 0. Why I have written equal to 0? My bad, sorry, I did a mistake. Great, now you'll be able to see the profile picture, I believe. Great. Yeah, so this profile picture is coming correct, but this is coming wrong. Why? Because we don't have any profile picture for Raj. So what we can do is we can show this first initial. So we can improve this more. What we can do is we can go to user image component, and yeah, we can write it basically in this way. If we have a pic, then we would want to show it like this. Otherwise we'll just simply show it like this, where we have class name width around 6, h6, bgy text gray around 600, and then initial of the user. So we can have user name, right? Something like this. Yeah, we don't have username, so let's have that here. And inside this component, let's pass it. So we can have username, user records, item dot user ID, and you can pass name over here. I think they should work fine. So yeah, but it's not fully circle, so let's make that. So what you can do is you can write rounded full. It should work. And flex call justify center, item center. Great, it's looking nice. Let's add more designs. So let me go to Dribble and download some more designs. Maybe for the popular one, yeah, let's have this one. Maybe let me save it, test 3, and yeah, let's try to use it. Test 3 and test 3 simple image design and if I publish it, it gets published and I'm able to see it over here in some time. Great. So it's working nice, right? And here also you'll be able to see your designs. Great. And if you click on any design, you should be able to see it, right? Here also we need to make a change. You can go to your in the initially, if you remember, I also said something that we have to make this component common, this one image component. Like currently I'm just copying it everywhere, but this is not a good idea. So yeah, we can do this same change in the image component in this page as well, which is design. So yeah, I'll leave it to you as a assignment as well. You can make this as a component and use it in all the files. Otherwise we will have to do this change again and again. All right, it's here, I think. Yeah, you can do this same change, and we just need username over here and design image component. Okay, sorry, we copied it in the wrong component. Actually it will be here, right? I'm doing a lot of mistakes today. Username, and let me see where it is, this username. Great. So let's pass this username. It will be user name. Yeah, it should work fine now. Great. It's looking good. I hope this video was fun for you and you learned something new. I know this video might be too long. I mean, if anyone is watching till here, thank you for that. But I don't believe anyone would be watching till here because it's quite become a very long video, and I don't know. And also I got stuck a lot, while making this video, and like this video I started I think 1 week back, and I was only able to record this video only in weekends, right? So yeah, this video has become quite long, and in the middle, I was stuck a lot. So yeah, I mean, that was just a learning experience for me as well, I believe. So yeah, from this video, I believe you should be able to make something similar to this. The application which we built right now, you should be able to make something similar to this using NextJS, Appwrite, Tailwind CSS. It was fun. Only one thing is missing currently is that it's not responsive. So I will leave that as an assignment to you guys, where you can make this responsive. It will be a great learning experience for you guys. And yeah, everything is completed. We just have this responsiveness and this likes feature pending. You can do that, I believe. In profile also, we need to fix this. It's not coming properly, so we can do that. Let me go back to my profile page, and here you can do class name, width full, and height around 300 pixels. Great. It looks great. So if I go to my profile, yeah, although there is a small thing which I noticed just now, I'm getting all the designs, right? But instead I should only be getting my designs only, which is wrong. So that's a small bug. I mean, let's see what is happening. So what do I do here? How do I fetch designs? So basically I write user ID, fetch all designs of user. Okay, I haven't passed any user ID over here. That's why it must be getting, yeah, that's solved. So this was a small issue, small typo, you can say. Great. So yeah, this seems fine. Let's have rounded borders as well. Great. So yeah, let's add a profile picture over here. Maybe we can have, I don't have any profile picture, although, okay, we'll add it later. Let's add a bio. Software engineer at Google. Save it. And yeah, bio is coming correctly. But yeah, this was fun building this project, and I did a lot of mistakes while building this, but yeah, it was a great learning experience for me as well, and I hope it will be a great learning experience for you as well. we covered almost everything here. Like we learned how to basically communicate with the database, and in this case we were using Appwrite, which is a great service provider, cloud service provider, and you can also self-host it as well. So yeah, we basically created a lot of pages in it. Like we created login and sign up functionality, right? Then we created dashboard, we created a profile page, we created logout functionality, we created like this CRUD operation. Although only one thing is missing, like we haven't implemented update and delete, but that will be also similar. Like you can have some kind of settings icon over here, and when that setting icon is clicked, we can show this drop down similar to this, and that can have a delete functionality, right, and update functionality as well. But yeah, that is all for this video, and I hope you learned something from this video. And yeah, this can be a great project for your portfolio as well. You can include this in your portfolio, and I'll be pushing all this code in my GitHub repository. You can also check it out for reference purpose if you want. Yeah, that is all. Yeah, if you have any doubt, you can always ping me in my email address, or maybe in my GitHub issues you can create for this repository if you need my help in anything. And also the assignments which I gave you, you can complete that. If you get any doubts in that, do ping me. I'll be always happy to help. Yeah, thank you guys for watching this video. Do share and subscribe if you love this video. Thanks.